Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Sorry, I'm a little late. I have a house full of family that just decided to bombard for a little while. Dorinda, Josh, let me see who else we got. Anna Marie, Guardian, Shift Kicker. Congratulations, Shift Kicker. Time, Offer His Kingdom. Eric, you've been missed. And Time, Joyful. Good to see all of y'all. Sassy Cat. I think I got everybody. I hope y'all had a good weekend. Um, I have missed everything today. Sorry about that, but somebody kept me up talking till 4 something in the morning. And I think they woke me up at about noon, and it's been crazy ever since. A lot of decisions we're having to make. We have one of our dogs. He's really old. I had him in here laying beside me about a month ago when he was having hard times, and well, he's really having hard times now, so I don't expect him to last too much longer. And one of the things we were talking about is um, after doing Friday's show and seeing some fear and so many of y'all, all of us, have suffered so many things, losses, heartaches. Um, and I know I'm fixing to face even more. And this is when I have to just completely stand in faith and know that there's God and they're going to a better place. And actually, they're the blessed ones not having to deal with all this poop that's going on around us anymore. It's it's just getting beyond ridiculous. You know, how much does a person ever have enough money? Are they ever happy with enough money? I just read a little piece of an article that George George Floyd's family is trying to sue some rapper for some statement he made, and I'm thinking, goodness, haven't they gotten enough money yet? It's it's a crazy world that we're living in. TH2, good to see you. Kino, good to see you too. I really think that falls into the category of greed. That that's just going too far. And so the reason for the title is Um, we have a lot of elderly. We have a lot of single women. We have a lot of um, I understand that. No, I lost my train of thought reading chats. I love it that y'all talk to me though. Kiss off, I understand that. Kind of. I have too much to take care of here. Not quite ready to go, but it can sure get crazy. And so the title is Valor, Integrity, and Faith. Valor is great courage in the face of danger, especially in battle. We all need that right now. Hello, Roxanne, Shane, Sassy Cat. I agree. I understand that. Integrity is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. Back in the day when a handshake meant something, and um, just think we're missing a lot of that now. Is valor and integrity, both of them. The the Yeah, we're just passing through this place. Just wish we could get back to the old ways where people kept their word, people tried to do better. Hey, John. People helped each other more. That's where I was going. We have a lot of elderly, and they're alone. And who's going to be there for them? You know, we need to really look around us and see who's going to be in need. Who is in need right now, whether it's physically or spiritually, and just try to help them any way you can. Some people would just like a visit. Hey, Jen, it's good to see you. Like, even though all my kids are here and my ex-husband fixing my daughter's bike and all that chaos is going on in there, it's still nice to hear. It's nice to hear the kids laughing and getting along in there. It's life. That's what life's about. So I wasn't even going to come home because I have a house full of kids. And but I think they're all fixing to go out to eat, so it'll get quiet in a minute if y'all can hear any of them. I was hoping to see Deanna. Don't know where she is. Jen, that is so true. Um, I think a lot of people get so busy in their lives or whatever it is that they kind of forget the parents, and they're the they're the matriarchs. They're the foundation of the family. They need all the attention they can get before they do go home. Excuse me. They spend enough time giving us attention, and it's our turn to do the same with them. And since some of my kids are younger, um, they're they're pretty good about that. They're they're like trying to split it between me and my parents because they know they're lucky to even still have their grandparents. And my granddaughter, that's the only great grandchild that they get to see, so they really enjoy that. Um, if y'all didn't know it, Kiss Off has a channel also, and she put up a really beautiful video that y'all just really need to go watch. Hey, Willie D. It's good to see you again. Yeah, I didn't get to see Rescue today. I don't even know if he was on this morning. Oh, it's set for private. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Kiss off. Thank you. He wasn't on. Okay, good. Here's the link. John or Deanna, if you're out there. Dwinda, Mama T. Hopefully Deanna comes up. We need to do some prayers for some people. I haven't seen Karen chat yet. Friday. I was a little worried about her. I know, John. I was just, I think all of us in chat were sitting there. I wish I could go and tug on the end of that rope or grab a corner of the tarp to help him get it up there. It's Eric, you're welcome to come up if you want to. Haven't talked to you in a while. Jen, that's beautiful. Yes, TH2. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. I did miss Shift Kickers first, and I'm really sorry about that. Love you too, Eric. Hey, Dorinda.
Hello, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
I'm tired tonight.
Yep.
Well, 4 o'clock came early this morning, so
I
it's been a
know.
long day.
I was up till then. I I need to stop doing that. But when you're having good conversation and praising God and trying to figure out how to solve the problems of the world, it's the conversation is all worth it.
Yeah,
So was work okay?
work was a typical poop show.
Okay.
Not enough staff. We did not even have any cashiers on. Uh, After 9 o'clock, they called customer service to come and be cashiers because there was no cashiers on,
Oh wow.
and people were pissed.
Messed up scheduling?
Who knows? Who
Or
knows?
maybe calling in. Yep.
Yeah,
Who
like
knows?
who knows? Nobody says nothing, so we don't have a clue what's going on. Could have been a scheduling uh screw up because that's happened. But yeah.
Hi, Patrick Kelly.
Oh, I got hurt at work today.
No.
Oh yeah. I was carrying 6 rolls of receipt, the receipt rolls that you put in the machines
Yes.
from customer service to the Big Skull, which is not a very long distance, right? And I
Right.
get to by the lottery shop, which is in between, and 2 of the rolls decided to fly out of my arm,
Oh no.
and one came down and hit my thumb on my cane. And I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'll be all right. And then I was walking with the cane and I got a jabbing pain up my arm. I'm like, okay, I got to tell somebody I got hurt at work today.
Oh,
So
goodness.
this is like 11 o'clock. I'm done at noon.
Yep.
It took them an hour to fill out the paperwork.
Yep.
And then it's like 3 minutes to the time I'm done work, right? So I walk up to the front, tell my supervisor, that I finished the paperwork and I'm going home now. So
Yep.
by the time I got back there, I was late punching out because it took time for me to do that.
Do you get in trouble for being a little late punching out?
No,
Oh, okay. That's good.
no, and
I've
like I
seen some
I
people
always
be.
I always punch in early anyway, so it's like not a big deal. But
Yeah.
kiss off. You're sorry for what? Hello, Patrick Kelly. Cheers.
that you got hurt.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like, what did I do? Sorry. Oh
Oh,
boy.
Dorinda.
Brains party. This is how the day has been, okay? Computers are screwing up. They took, okay, they took our number signs down for the computers to work on the pod thing, the hand thing, whatever the hell it's called. And then, so we come in this morning and we've got all new lights except for one. Okay. Um, and all of them are red, even when they're turned on. This works well, doesn't it? And I said to the supervisor, this works well, doesn't it? She goes, which ones are on? I said, how the fuck can you tell at this point? And she goes, I said,
It's
well,
like,
these three are on because she was by herself and I just got here.
you know how those Canadians are. We have to translate for them.
Oh, that's just, it's just typical Walmart.
Yep.
And anybody that was whining and complaining about it, me and being the smartass that I can be, I said, it's Walmart. What do you expect? And they looked at me and they kind of giggled, right? Because they kind of thought about what they said, right? And it's like, oh, okay. Like, what am I gonna say? It's Walmart.
Yep.
But I got told today that we're getting more self-checkouts next year. And they're going down to 4 cashiers.
Wow. Yeah, I saw where they were making robots. Uh, even like it was kind of odd, like a dog robot or something. Of course, they don't look anything like a dog. They're just they walk like a dog. It's just crazy stuff going on.
Yeah.
All for his kingdom. I'm glad you got some rest, and it is good for the soul.
Yes, it is. I was gonna go lay down for a nap this afternoon too, but I was busy getting crafting ideas. I never listened to one thing about anything going on in the world um, at all today. I just did crafting all day. Hey, Guardian.
Well, that's true. If they have a tin bed, I guess they won't be pooping in your house. But no.
Well, Eric, they don't sell any ammo here. They don't sell any guns here. They don't even sell any paint guns at Walmart in Canada. But my opinion is when things go good, we're going to put it that way because I don't really want to say too much. Walmart's going to be gone anyway, so who cares? And show up at work one day and it's going to be closed. And I'm going to be dancing in the parking lot.
Dancing in the street.
Oh, yeah. Dancing in the street. Yeah, that'll be me. All the way back to my car.
I prefer the self checkouts because it's quick, it's not crowded, it's on the end, and I can just scan
Well,
it, pay it, and get out the door.
ours,
Because I don't.
our, ours does get crowded. Okay, I'll admit that. It does get crowded.
Mm,
Um, and yeah, you want to get in, you want to get out, and hopefully the computers are acting normal, not
yes.
stupid.
The only time I've ever had any trouble is if I get something from electronics. So now I've learned get something from electronics, pay for it back there,
Yeah,
and then everything else at the front.
I'd rather use the self checkout too because I can get in, get the hell out, and
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. I don't even like going there. And actually, I'd rather go to Dollar General.
Well,
We were
so
just talking about that earlier.
well, our dollar stores don't sell a whole lot of food. They sell like canned stuff, and that's about it. Uh, you know, well, when our lines are long, because it's busy and it's that time of the freaking day. All of our lines are super long, and sometimes the line to get into self checkout is long also. And then you get these people that have 2 items and want to go on the big order side. And I say to them, it will be faster if you go on the other side. I know there's a lineup, but it will be faster because all of these people have big orders. You're going to be waiting a long time.
Yeah. Well, Roxanne makes a good point. Use the cashiers so that you're not putting someone out of work.
Well, we had to do a lot of hiring to get the people to work in the self checkout. And they're training all the cashiers to work in the self checkout also, so that they can come over here when they don't have a job. So they still have a job. That's a better way of putting it. So they still have a job.
Right. Do y'all have the person at the door that does that?
Yeah. Part of the day. Part of the day. Not all
Yeah.
day anymore. It used to be all day till closing. And now I think it's noon till 8 o'clock.
That's what I noticed with ours. It was just sometimes, maybe
Just
it was weekends when it was busier. I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember if there was a pattern to it, but sometimes there'd be somebody there to ask you to see your receipt and go through your bags, and
oh,
sometimes there would.
the only time they ask you for your receipt or they ask you a question is if you make the little buzzers go off, and 9 times out of 10 it's because you bought Tylenol or you bought Mflac
What?
baby formula,
Uh huh.
because they have the little white bars on them. And
Oh.
most people just, if they're in their baby carriage or whatever, they just scan them, and the scanner doesn't deactivate the little white bar. You have to put it on the scanner, and people don't know that.
Mm.
They're getting to know it, but they're like, why does this always happen? I said, did you scan it on the machine, or did you just use the scanner? I just used the scanner. I said, that's why it's happening. And they're like, what do you mean? I says, the scanner does not deactivate the white barcode
The
that's on the
strip.
inside.
Yeah. If it's gone off on me, it's because somebody forgot to take off the paint thing on a piece of clothing, whatever that, that strip.
Oh, we don't have those.
And so if we would go, um, like once a year, we used to go big shopping in the big city. And it never failed. Something came home with one of those things on it.
We
and
don't have we don't have those at our store.
and usually you have to go to that store to get it removed because they're different shapes. Some of them are round, some of them are the long bar looking thing.
No, we don't have those, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow. Okay. Well, for some reason, clothes here have them at a lot of stores. Well, of course, I haven't bought clothes in 4 years. It may have changed. I don't know.
I go to the secondhand store to buy my clothes 99% of the time.
Yep. It's about every 4 or 5 years. I get a new pair of pajamas. Gotta have my pajamas in the winter.
I got enough pajamas. I don't need any more pajamas. And they're all nice and warm.
Yep. Is it sounding like the winter's gonna be worse up there for y'all also?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going
I
to be colder and more snow.
yep.
But
I
it's always cold and always lots of snow, so it's not going to be too much different than us normally. I just keep wondering, this is just me being a bonehead sometimes. I wonder if what the weather's going to be like when they stop fucking, oh, sorry, Bonnie, when they stop messing with the weather.
yeah.
Like, who knows what the weather's going to be like? Hi, Mama T. I knew I saw somebody come in. I'm like, okay, where's that name? There it is. Okay. Hello, Rocksteady.
I agree, Anna Marie. Hey Rocksteady.
I hope not, John. John, that would kind of blow you away. I have a crafting lady that lives in Texas also. Where she lives, I don't know. I can't remember what she said. And when you guys got the snow, her daughter, and her husband were all outside playing in the snow like it was this newfound thing, and they were like all excited and whatever. That was the first day. By the second day, she was bitching about the snow. So
Yeah.
I like, I mean, I just giggled and laughed because we get snow all the time. And
Right.
I hear Michigan got snow today. We haven't got snow yet, so just say.
Wisconsin, what was it? Was it Friday that I was told had some snow in Wisconsin? Friday or Saturday?
John,
But
you're entitled to your opinion, and I'm entitled to mine. Sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, no, it's okay because I'm sorry. I have to agree that there's something weird going on.
Yep.
But I'm like that. Okay, first day of snow, yes, it's pretty. Take pictures, take the videos. Next day, it better be gone. Because we don't have the equipment. We don't have um, it shuts us down. And because we just don't have the equipment for snow here. We don't have the fun toys for snow. We don't.
Well, don't you have sorry, like your farmers all have tractors,
Yes. Hey, Leland.
so I'm not being a dickhead
Michael.
or a bonehead, but they could shovel out, like they could plow by their area.
Well, their area is way far from where we need it.
Well, yeah, but maybe the cities or towns, whatever, could hire the farmers in the area too to clear the roads.
Well, and actually, back in the day, um, I haven't lived on a dirt road in a while. The commissioners had the big equipment to do stuff like that. And uh, I don't know, maybe they got old or don't
Broken.
care or something. I don't know. But even still, um, I mean, I know I could drive to town and go get around town, even with ice, whatever. But getting out on the highway, that would be a whole different story. I
Yeah.
wouldn't.
Hi, Lily J.
Yeah, I know I'm. I don't say I know we're going to get snow this year, but I'm pretty sure. Mom stays the same way.
Well,
Fix and
it
go
would be
away.
it would be a freaking miracle if we didn't get snow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I mean, ah, twice in 40 years, Sault Ste. Marie had a green Christmas.
I just love that name, Sault Ste. Marie. I live in Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah.
I've always loved that name.
And when you see how it's spelled, most people go Sault Ste. Marie. No, it's Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah, I saw the way it was spelled when we were looking at your house that night.
Yep.
The wonders of technology. Some of it is good, some of it not so good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just I got the snow boots. I think I'll be all right. I got a bunch of sweaters. I have a coat. I have the fleece lined leggings to go under the jeans. I have the socks. I'm gonna be ready for it this year.
I have long johns to go under my pants. I have winter boots that I don't wear.
I would like some long johns, but
I've grew up with them, so I'm used to them. Um,
they're
I
so
uh, I have like 7 winter coats that I don't wear.
oh my goodness.
I wear a big fleecy, oh hell, I don't even know what, furry. I don't know. It's some kind of thick stuff on the inside, and it's a sweater, and I wear that all winter.
Hi Dee.
Hi,
Hi
I'm so
Dee.
sorry I didn't get to say hi to everybody. I got pulled away. My husband needed my help. It's garbage day.
I understand.
And he took care of that rat that's in the wall and put some poison in there and a trap. So I hope he goes away real soon because he's driving me crazy. He's just, I don't know why he just wants to hang out and scratch on a wall. It's like, what? That's their little demon trait they get, the little mice and rats.
Wasn't
Yes.
Crazy. Yeah.
on Chuck's the other day. Hang on a minute. They said if you have cornbread mix and baking
Yeah.
soda, put it in
Yeah.
a dish and it kills them.
See, we
Oh,
used to use boric
he's
acid,
outside. Don't worry.
cornmeal and boric acid, and sprinkle it.
No, he's gonna
Or-
die with the nice little fake. Looks like a corn on the cob. He'll eat it and he'll go look for water, or he'll die in the trap that the corn on the cob is. We got a twofer. We got a twofer going here, one way or the other.
Oh
One way
goodness.
or the
Or
other.
the other.
Get to one way or another. He's going down for sure.
Love
I
that
said,
song.
I
I
love that
can you
smile.
please do something? Thank you on this rat because he's going on day 10 and I'm going crazy. So oh, there's Black Watch. Well, hello, hello. Good to see you again.
I
We
know.
Hello,
kiss off
Blackwatch.
to all your. I subscribed to your channel with all my channels. Did you notice that you had like 5 subscriptions in a row? Stand up humble 2, stand up humble 4, stand up humble
Oh,
D. Best.
thank
When
you. I did not notice that. I don't.
No, I did it with Kiss Off because you said that's
Oh.
what I was doing,
Yes,
and then I had to go help my husband. I didn't get to say hi to everybody, which would have been
yes.
pretty much hi everybody. Hello, how y'all doing?
And I
It's
didn't know she put it on private because she sent it to me, and it's an amazing video. She does
Yeah.
such wonderful work with that. I,
hey man.
I don't know how to do those.
Mm. What did she do? What a video on?
Rescue.
She did a video on rescue.
Yep. It was, it was just awesome. Just
Oh,
him in his coop, and oh, I can show it. Okay, y'all want to see it?
yeah,
Yes.
of course we do.
Everybody went to go look, and it was private, and I didn't know I get to share it. Woohoo! All right,
Jen,
I'm
it
gonna
was
have
awesome. It was awesome today, Jen.
to. Okay, first let me find it. Nope, not there. Oh no, it's in the other one. I think. Yes, it's in the other one. Oh,
Yeah, Coca-Cola is some evil stuff. I got some crappy Coca-Cola stuff in the fridge. Somebody brought it here.
I kind of got some good news today,
Did you?
sorta. Um, so the place where I was getting home from my mom's, he was all like, "You need to release it so we can sell it," and I was like, "Okay, I release it, sell it," and I said, "Is there any way I can get financing on one?" And he said, "Well, yeah," and I was like, "Why didn't you tell me that months ago?" Because I can rent this because there are 5 Hungarians looking for a place to live,
Yeah.
and then use that for payments on the other. Problem solved.
So he's got it rented for you essentially, or what?
The house I'm in now,
One of them?
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah.
yes,
Um.
yes. This would be way easy to rent, real
Uh.
easy.
Uh-huh.
We are so short on housing here. It's not even funny. It's that's the hello Jewish redneck prepper.
Oh,
It's
shalom.
um
Hi, Gigi. Hello,
Gigi.
Jewish redneck.
Hey, what up, girl? Um, Mama T, all up finish. Bonnie finished her story. Then I didn't. I saw your question. I'll get back to it.
Okay,
So you're
so
gonna.
so
Yeah, go
there's
ahead.
5 of them living in a little 2 bedroom apartment right now.
Mm-hmm.
So of course they're not real happy with that.
They're ready to go. They're like, okay, lady, get out. Hurry up.
Yeah,
Hurry up. Shake. How long will you be? How long will it take you?
that's a good question. Uh, let's see.
They'll
How do
be
I do
asking.
this? I can forward this to me. No.
When we bought our first house in Eureka, there was this Hmong family that lived in it. You know, Hmong, Hmong, and basically they're Vietnamese refugees from the 70s, right? And there was this big population here. Well, um, I totally forgot what I was going to say. So we'll get back to that. Flew out of my
We are all having brain farts tonight. It's like
Just went.
too many things going through our mind. We got the Arms Across America. We had the
Hey,
protectors,
Eric.
the valor, integrity, and faith. We have a lot of things going through our heads right now.
Housing.
You know,
The
what
harder I
what
try, the further it goes away. Housing. And then what was the other thing I was talking about? Yeah. Uh,
weather.
uh,
Oops,
uh,
no, not there. I mean,
Dorinda, help the girl out. What the heck? Coke is woke. Drink Pepsi. Drink no soda. It's garbage. What if you found out that sugar is actually arsenic poison? Because it basically is.
hello, Tom. Good to see you.
Sugar is the devil.
Hello, Truth with Tom.
Tom, truth with Tom, I love you, buddy. I was telling Bonnie last night. I wish Truth with Tom go live again. I liked when you did a stream. It's nice to see the
Uh,
gentleman
I'm
out. And
I'm going
yeah,
to invite him up.
I don't know if he hasn't been on streaming or.
Well, no, because he was too busy with the farming and stuff during the
Oh
summer.
yeah,
And
winter's coming. It'll be yeah.
he said the other night that now that winter's coming, he'll get back
Yep.
online and do stuff. So
Same with me. The weather's just yesterday. It just really turned. It's got that nip in the air, and in a couple weeks we should be getting rain. We don't get rain like we used to, but in October, Humboldt County used to be raining for 3 weeks solid. Back in the days, back in the 60s and 70s, this place was raining from October to April. You had very few days in between. Something about the
Oh,
snow.
Gigi, poor Gigi.
Just put a extra digit in a payment. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you about. Um, nope, never did do that one. That's a big overpayment. That sucks for you. I know what I was telling you about. When the Mung we sold our first house. No, was it when we were buying it? Yeah, we were buying it. Okay. And the guy was hung back the second time we looked at it, and we were going to make an offer on it. Hey, that sounds like this is a PG show, Tom. So, you need to keep that stuff in the bedroom.
Oh, gee, goodness. Finish your story.
Um,
You done forgot.
no, I remember. No, my story is this. When we bought the house, the Hmong guy was like, asked me and my husband because it was going to be a pretty fast escrow, if he could live with us for just a couple weeks, even after we bought the house and everything. And I was like, oh gosh, I hope you're dead. And that's a rat mouse, by the way, that's been driving me crazy for a week. And I'm pretty sure he's done for.
Yeah, I was watching her beat on walls last night.
A week. He's just every time I come in here.
She
Like
goes
I
up to the
love
wall, hits it. Stop it.
I was beating the wall. So I was like, yeah, you want to live with us? Okay. And I was like, yeah, I guess. And then the realtor was like, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. I'm like, okay. Because I don't know. It's kind of weird. So just watch out for that. These different cultures, they do think differently. They're like,
Yes.
we'll just melt together. This is America, right? This is a melting pot, right? Sure,
All
you'll just
things
stay
kingdom.
upstairs with
Yep.
my kids, right? My newborn and my 2-year-old. No problem.
Well, I'm not going to use a realtor if I rent it. Uh, it it would be just be between them and me. I would have a contract typed up, but not.
She's not dead.
And I would let them do it month to month if they needed to. I don't. I hate to stick somebody with a year lease.
I never wanted anybody on my property that didn't want to be here. I did month to month. And I gave a deposit checklist that was pretty itemized. It had their whole thing written out. Hey, if I got to clean your toilet, it's going to cost you $50. If I got to wash your oven out, it's going to cost you $50. Wash
Yes.
the ceiling fans, it's $25 a piece. I had it itemized out. And then they had it when they got in. And I said, if anything on this list isn't done, now's your chance to tell me. And then you won't be responsible for it. Because typically the last tenant just jammed it
Yes.
out. I told him what I wanted, what I expected from him. There's only been 2 or 3 times in 17 years of being a landlady, renter, that I didn't give someone their deposits back. And they trashed my place, and they owed me money as far as I was concerned. But
Wow. You're a
one time
good
I
one.
gave someone back $138 just like a token thing. Yeah, oh, you want your deposit? Here you go. Here's $138. Itemized it all out. Gave him the deal. But yeah, if I gotta go clean it or hire someone to clean it, that's your job. That's your funk. I don't even want to be around your funk.
The
Get your
last
funk and get the funk out of my house.
the last place I rented was an apartment, and um, they wanted to charge me $400 because underneath the refrigerator and stove had not been cleaned. Underneath it. Well, I can't move a refrigerator or a stove, so no, it didn't get scrubbed under there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I, they let it go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have,
That's unreasonable. That's an unreasonable um, request of a land person. I didn't expect them to move the oven or fridge. I just expected them to wipe it out at least. Because what happened is the first time we rented to this girl, and he was here and she was here and she came up to the house, and he just like went back.
sorry.
He just went and wrote her a check for her deposit. And then I go down there and it's a freaking mess down there.
No,
So I was
no
like,
one having troubles.
I said, why don't you do A1? Why don't you do why don't you do that and I'll do this? So then I took over I said, we're not doing that again. That was ridiculous. I cleaned up her mess. So when it's like that, you have a right to. She moved into a clean house. She left it dirty. That's how it works, people. You don't like it? Tough shit. That's just the real world. Someone's got to clean up your funk, you know? No, my cats can't get in the walls. This thing's in the walls.
Mouse traps.
Dogs are running around with a skunk hide today. Look, it's a killing field here, believe me. There's dead, you know, skeletons and hides all over, but in the walls, they can't get him in the wall. Hi, Lily. How you
Oh,
doing?
that's how I got them to drop it with underneath the stove and refrigerator was when I went to move into that apartment.
Mm-hmm.
My friend and I were there and we were taking pictures because there
There you go.
was hair inside the refrigerator. There was hair everywhere in the sinks, the shower, the everywhere from the previous tenant. And so
Black watch.
Once I showed them how we went through the whole place with bleach water, everything, they realized that they didn't do their part before I moved in. So
Mhm. Well,
that's why they let it go. Okay. You ready
they
for
let it
Kiss
go
on
because you
Spitty?
had they let it go because you had pictures.
Yes.
That's why they let it.
Always take pictures. Okay, I'm going to mute so I can play this for y'all.
What an inspiring video, an incredible tribute to our rescue. I love it. I love
Awesome.
it. That's fantastic. He so deserved that too. I didn't see a lot of that. So that was fantastic because look at him go. Rescue. You're freaking badass, man. You are. We love you, Rescue. That's fantastic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. It was great. Bonnie, you're muted. Well,
I guess she wants to be
can
muted.
you- okay. So the bastard isn't dead. Oh, someone said they don't like that word. I know who.
Well, I already
Yeah.
swore on here earlier, so I think you're good.
Dorinda,
I didn't
did
say
you
the
really?
GD word. I said the F word.
Good thing. We don't like that word. I don't like when people say God's
I
name that
try
way.
really, really hard not to say it, but sometimes it does slip out.
And I'm so thankful for that. I so respect that. That's what
I
grace is
will. I
for.
love
You let people know and then they work towards it, but you still got to have grace, people, and expect people to be perfect all the time.
Wasn't that so beautiful? Kiss off. You did an amazing
Yes,
job. Bless you. I'm sure he appreciated that.
very amazing. Yeah, very cool.
That was awesome.
And it's fantastic that he's not, unalive, that he's still with us because typically people don't do a tribute like that unless someone is passed. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
That's what I was
true.
thinking. I don't know if anybody else was thinking that, but I think that was really a beautiful tribute, and we need to do that more. I mean, that right there is showcasing. I'd love permission to put that on, somewhere, on the website. We put on the Cowgirls page today, Mama T's um 3 streams that her and I have done on the plant on her plant knowledge and going down to the river and mullein and yarrow and one on wild lettuce and other things. But we're going to do some more shorties too. But I did get her on that Cowgirls website, and I think Jen will be end up getting a corner, and we'll have those freedom fighters of central Wisconsin on there, and
Kim.
just try to help connect the puzzles, connect the train carts. We're all like one of these train carts on a giant train, and everyone's like a piece in this puzzle. It's been really hard for people to figure out what is their part. But after all this time, I think people are starting to see what there's so many lanes.
You
Like
leaving,
pick a
babe?
lane,
Are you
pick
leaving?
a lane or two or three or four or five. Like that's my problem. There's so many darn lanes that I get overwhelmed, Dorinda, because it's so much, and I don't want to be. I don't want to be. I could get paralyzed, and just. I think that's what happens to people. It's like it's just too much and it's overwhelming. Just we're gonna just shut that. We're just gonna shut that well over there. Leave that over there. Let somebody else do that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Until somebody says, hey, this is what you could do. It would really help if you could just share this out, right? Share this blog or share this streamer or share this story or share. That is a huge support. That's what we're finding with our community of people that don't want to be um, distracted by anything more that isn't helping us move forward. Like we don't have to always be nose to the grindstone on the stream and let's stay on topic, everybody. Like, I get that. When you're doing a show, you do, but a show like this with a topic and an ability for conversation, you know, um, you do
Yes,
get to variety it up, have a little more,
broaden horizon.
I don't know, spaghetti going on. Rabbits, squirrel, 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 squirrel. It's not. It's different. The show is different. It took a long time for some of us to realize a show is different than a fellowship room. Okay, this is a show slash fellowship room. Fair enough. Or
Yeah.
something like that. And I tend to run my stream like that if I even drop the link, because unfortunately I would lose my channel mostly on the chats, and it would be the shows too sometimes. I love to show those.
Those things.
Hi, Kim. You crocheting?
Kim is
Hello,
good.
Oh, well,
Kim.
we're with you.
Both Kims.
It's like we're in your living room with you, honey. I love crocheters and knitters. I got some diehard friends that do that. My husband, we even know a dude that does it. He used to do it a lot more when he was younger. He was ripping it out. I got the funniest picture. I got to show you it. You ever see that picture of that full body crochet outfit?
No,
The greatest. I'll have to show you it. I'll send it to you in the
but
Facebook
what
and you
she's
can open it
saying,
up.
she watched a lady that was crocheting with hardly any fingers
Oh,
and
I
rescue
thought she was crocheting.
building that coop in a
Oh,
wheelchair. And those are the people that it's like you just keep persevering. Is that a word?
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely. It's a biblical
we,
principle too.
right, we have to have that drive to keep going and to the best that we can. And
Hey, Kim.
yeah, he has to take a lot of breaks. He already has all the back problems, and so bending over and doing that was probably kicking his butt, but he kept on. He was like determined to keep on. And I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, and he was wanting to put a tarp over it because it was going to rain. And we're all sitting there trying to give him ideas, and we're rooting him on. And I had to leave before it was over, so I'm not sure if he got the tarp over it or not. But
Hello, Kim Young.
we were all wishing we were there to help. Most definitely.
Yeah, I remember one time I saw him with his ramp, just struggling with that ramp. It wasn't together. And he was like trying to get it set up and he couldn't get in his house, I think. And
Yeah.
I didn't know. I only had a few minutes to bop in and bop out. That's how it is sometimes with a lot of these streams, which is why I don't say hi. Because what happened earlier, I said hi and then I got pulled away right away. And then I feel like an a-hole because I'm like, oh, people think I'm ignoring them. Sometimes people take that really hard. Oh, she ignored me or he ignored me. Don't take that stuff personally, you guys. It's really not. Just give the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes, yeah, there are some of those out there that will ignore you, and you'll figure that out.
Yeah, I
But
was I
most
was in
people,
Shifty's today for a bit on her video, and I got
yeah,
called out, and I'm like, okay, but I actually left because I got called away, and I wasn't sure how long I was going to be gone, so I just pulled right out of her channel.
Yeah. That well,
hey,
and
Kino, I'm on
stuff like
channel
that
2 right now,
happens.
sweetie. No, hi,
Things like
Kino.
that
I'm on
happen.
channel 2.
Sometimes we'll be on panel and I'll have to go and take care of something really quick. And
Yeah,
that happened Friday. It my youngest daughter, she's kind of when something gets in her head, she doesn't let it go. That's part of the autism thing, and she wants to talk about it right then and there. And she will come in here and she will stand here looking at me, and she'll just start talking. And so I'm like, excuse me a minute, mute, so y'all don't have to listen to it. But sometimes it's barking dogs. Sometimes it's, oh no, I forgot
And
the sucker on the stove.
sometimes when it's a 3-hour stream for viewers and us in the community and little family we got here, it's family first. And we do got to step away. But that doesn't mean anybody's trying to ignore anybody. It's really not a righteous way to think in general, that anybody in a room that's, peace and unity, or trying to keep it clean and on topic and all that. We're not looking to hurt anybody's feelings here. It's going to happen, and it happens a lot in the YouTube world. But Bonnie has always tried to create, and has, for the most part, a really nice, safe space to come and just not have to feel judged by who you are, no matter who you are, unless you're just too much. And then you're just too much. And then we're sorry, but we want to talk. We want to be able to, have some decent conversations and unite on some ideas. Bonnie and I've got some really fun ideas for our community. I'd like to execute some of hers. She'd like to execute some of the ones we've been getting from other people, like Mama T, Jen, D-Dog, people that are doing that stuff. Brock today. It's hard, but you can't always talk about that. That stuff is boring. Everybody doesn't want to talk about that all the time. And I get it, but you got to talk, you got to bring it up. You got to talk about remedy and what little things we can do. I think just sharing the truth is great. If people are willing to share tidbits of the truth, and also support people that are trying really hard and have put a lot of skin in the game and sacrificed and been faithful, next step is learning how to vet people. That's the next step, guys. It's for me and for our team. um, there's so many people that are this way one way, this way behind your back. It's just gotta be, you gotta figure it out, because the
Yep.
whole I love Jesus thing is getting real old. It has been old, and it's really, at this point, it's blatantly disgusting when they don't, and they're just using the whole thing. They prey on good people, they prey on
Oh,
the
I was fixing to
ignorant,
say, what do you
on
mean? What do you mean? We're sick and tired of the I love Jesus thing. But I understand what you're saying. That they
yeah, I love Jesus, on the like the 1776
don't
movement.
seem to be
They
living
got
with their.
$70,000 last month. $70,000 last month
Wow.
with Naughty Aubrey on her TikTok, who's does unspeakable things, and alleged, convicted, what's multiple. I'll
Mm-hmm.
be talking to that man, Defender of Ants. All for his kingdom follows him. She's on him. If he doesn't get in touch with me, he got in touch with me today. He goes, "Hey D, I definitely want to we'll be talking. I'm traveling." I'm like, no, no hurries. But all for his kingdom will be on him if he forgets about me. And there's another guy in Humboldt County that she knows, who's a pretty big wig. And he's gonna get in touch with me too. Oh, hi Dorinda. What's
Hello.
up?
Eric is asking you to check on Keno because I think he bumped him, hit him, something he wasn't supposed to do. He hit the wrong button, he said. Oh, he hit the wrong key. Eric said he hit the wrong key. Please check Keno.
Okay, and Kino's saying, I can see you, Eric. Thought I whacked you, brother. Kino, I don't have my cheaters on. My bad. Okay. I think they got it solved.
Okay. I just saw that and I'm like, oh, sorry, I gotta interrupt so Bonnie can do whatever Bonnie has to do.
Yeah, I would have to go into my phone and do that, but it looks like everything is okay.
Okay. Glad to
Excuse
hear it,
me
guys.
just a second.
What'd she say? Excuse her again?
No, she just said just a second.
Oh.
No,
You
I think there's
see,
a
if
lot
you
of
don't.
people out there spouting that they believe in God and they don't really. And
Mm-hmm.
it does get you upset.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I know that there's a lot of people, especially in Bonnie's chat, that do believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great place to be.
Well, I do believe that with salvation, that the only one that can judge is Lord God. He knows. However, I will say this, and I'm sure you agree, Eric, that we can do better with vetting these people just because they say. That's what I'm saying. It's the I love Jesus, take me for my word, don't look into my books, don't look into how I live my life, just take my word for it because I love Jesus after all. And that is, it's both sides. It's really, it's enough of that. It's enough of putting up with that. It is time to start vetting these people and their monies and what they're doing with it, because we are unknowingly supporting the enemy. That is freaking serious. It doesn't get any more serious than that. It's after all this time, it's time to see who are the liars, who are the thieves. They collectively hang out together, so it's pretty obvious to some people who've been on here a while. We see them. So people that hang out with liars and thieves, it doesn't look good. Just saying. But to each his own. Y'all can do what you want. It's fine, but I'm done. You've lied to me. You've cheated. You're a sellout. You're a grifter. You know what? You can F all the way off. I'm done with it. I'm done with those people. Help the movement, share the truth, do some dang thing, do something for your country, whether you're in Canada or America. Share the truth. Host a channel, go to your council, share a link. Share a link. That's it. Phone call, maybe. There's a thought. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm off my soapbox. It's pretty sickening, though, when it is a Jesus church and they're using Jesus and they're taking millions and billions of dollars and they don't stand for Jesus. I was watching Too Strong right before Bonnie's show. I sent it to her and they're ripping into Hillsong. Go to their website. They don't stand for Jesus Christ. Great songs, real feel good songs about yourself, lift yourself up. That's not that's not, there's worship and there's praise music. Some of this praise music is massaging the human ego with Christianity. They do the same thing they do with a Whopper. Have it your way. Same damn thing, people. Same thing. Only worse because they're in the church. It's bad. It's really bad. It's
Hello,
really bad.
John Dunning, and thank you for that. Well,
Black Watch, what are you talking about?
but some of the songs can are kind of more uplifting than of the word. So, so I don't know
Okay,
about
but
that.
Bonnie, if all their money goes to their homes and to their fat bank accounts, and they're not doing much of anything. They're giving it to LGBTQ RSTUV community, which is what they were saying. You Christians, in Revelation, it says, you're going to be deceived, even the elect. You know how you're going to be deceived? Because the people are going to say, we love Jesus. And you're going to be like, okay, here's my money. Here, 1776? Oh, you love the Constitution? I mean, come on. This stuff drives me crazy. I'm not saying they're bad. Their music is, I love their music. It's probably some of my favorite music is by them. What I'm saying is, are we going to defend them before we even bear down into their finances and their website to see where they stand with Jesus? Or are we just going to say, but their music, I love their music. No offense, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes, I understand that.
That's all I can say about it. I have been deceived. I don't trust a lot of these Christian artists. I did, and it's a bummer. They are sellouts, just like the Rhinos are sellouts. There are sellouts I don't care what group you're in. I don't care what group you're in. If you either got integrity or you freaking don't. You either have a number or there's no number that I could, God help me, I never offered or paid to sell anything, sell my soul, sell my integrity. No, there isn't one. Some people, it's probably like, $1,000. Some people, they probably want $100,000. I hear the cost to be a China total sellout bitch, just do whatever China wants is $2 billion. In the Congress and the senators, $2 billion. $2 billion, they got them right here
Wow.
around their little finger. That's a rumor. That's an alleged number, but it sounds good. Sounds like something to think about. What do you have a number? Do you have a number? Bethel Church too, yeah. A lot of those name it and claim it. They are not. You're supposed to have a servant's heart, okay? That means you're supposed to be like on your knees before God when you're poor in spirit. If you look at the Beatitudes, that is the progress. That is the true progress of a redeemed Christian. It begins with, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are those who know they're empty, they're bankrupt. That's about us, right? Blessed are, what's next? Blessed are the merciful, blessed are the pure in heart. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. We go through this process with Christ. It's a process, right? But these people, they're trying to be all inclusive. They're using the church. They have a 501c. They are stuffing their pockets with millions, and they're no better than Tammy Faye's and Jimmy Baker's and Benny Hinn's of yesteryear. They
Oh my
did the
goodness.
same thing. They did the same thing. The dreadheaded guy, some of the Bethel people, Hillsong, they look like they're beautiful, like an angel of light.
Joel Osteen. I was
Never was
actually,
beautiful.
I,
He's not been too beautiful, but
well, I found this
yeah.
above inspiration or something like that. And so I started listening to these videos and I was like, wow, they're really putting out a good message. Then I saw that it was Joel Osteen's and I'm like, eek. Put on the brakes, wait a minute. And so I quit sharing those because at first I was sharing them. And um, so it's like, it's not a false message, but at the same time, look what he's getting out of it. It's
What's not
I
a
don't know.
false message? Who isn't?
The messages that I was listening to,
Oh, Joel's?
Well, I didn't know it was Joel's because it was somebody else
Right,
speaking.
sure. And yeah, because they can use the word of God and they can make it say anything out of context. And what people should understand is the truth is written on everyone's heart. So when you hear it, it resonates. And they're using that just like they use the mind control, the subliminal messages. The Bible is it's such a truth, but people are so ignorant of a lot of the truths in it that they're easily manipulated by things that are not necessary. They're entire doctrines that are built on somebody else's crazy idea, and they took a couple verses, and the next thing you know, there's a whole other religion. And that's dangerous. So it's like, well, who do you really
Well, that's
trust?
true
Well,
too.
you have
Yes.
to trust where people are loving and graceful, but they'll call sin out. They won't necessarily let you do everything you can do in the church, but you're most often welcome. In fact, when we had the tragedy at our church where that pastor molested his foster daughter, his wife committed suicide. This was 10 years ago. Anybody can
Goodness.
look that up. They can look up Arcata, California, Arcata Calvary Chapel. Uh, they can look that up. It's legit. Okay, it happened. And I remember the church down where my husband and I were saved, baptized, and married at. That pastor let him come into the church. And I just think, no, am I wrong?
I don't know because we're supposed to. That's where it's really hard for me.
With those kind of people, we're
We're sup-
talking what, ruined a child's childhood, took her innocence, wife commits suicide, took a whole congregation, lied, manipulated. Let me tell you the best one.
okay, no,
After,
because I
after
would
a
not
week,
want that person around my
no,
children. If I wouldn't want them around my children, then I wouldn't want them associated with me.
no. He made the whole congregation take communion before he got busted. It was 2 weeks of hell. I knew God would deal with him. I knew it would. He's in prison today, thank God. But he made the whole congregation, my husband and I were at home listening to the radio, take communion and tell them before we knew and had things confirmed that everything was true. While you take this, there'll be nothing between us. Like trying to seriously mind control these people and manipulate
Yes,
them to the degree that I almost puked. I mean, this was my friend who took her life. You're talking about, and you know what?
excuse
It's a
me.
shame the church don't talk about this stuff. The church doesn't often want to talk about the boundaries where humans go too far. Men and women both have been
Yes,
victims. It's a tough topic.
yes, and but that's it. If okay, so there's a youth group. If the church has a youth group, they're going on a trip somewhere, and this person is going. I would have a big issue with that. It's it's just because it's a church doesn't mean that everything's going to be a okay, and that's where we have to. So I understand what you're saying about the vetting.
I mean, he's going to come out and try to start a church again. These are the kind of people
Oops, excuse
we're,
me.
yep, that we're dealing with. I've lived with these kind of people in my community. So when these 1776 people come in, I'm not having it, Dorinda. I'm not going to pretend that they're good. I was following those truckers. I had hoped they were going to do the right thing. and they turned out to be the worst scum of the earth than I could have ever imagined. You guys had a great convoy. Didn't they come back and do more stuff too? Just like a month ago in Canada? I feel like I'm all alone here.
No, you're fine. Sorry. I was answering the questions. But I can finish it in a bit.
Didn't your truckers do something again in a month?
Pardon?
Didn't your truckers do something a month ago? In Canada, didn't your truckers go back to the capital and assemble again?
Not in Ottawa.
Oh.
Not that I know of. Put it that way. I heard they were thinking of going there, but I don't think they went to actual Ottawa, like to the Parliament buildings. I don't know where they went. I didn't hear anything, so I just said I guess it didn't happen. But right now, the big thing, I guess, sort of, is they're having, I don't know if it's a judicial hearing or a different kind of hearing, put it that way.
Yeah.
When True Dump did the oh fuck. Oh, sorry.
I don't mind the word.
When he did that Emergencies Act thing and had the cops remove them, it came out today that the mayor and the truckers had been talking, and the truckers were already leaving from the residential areas, which is
I had heard that. I had heard that too. Yeah. I had heard that what was happening when it happened. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, because his poop was in a tailspin, I'll put it that way, and he had to be the big boss, and he had to be Space Jam. Sweet assorted flavors. All right.
I'm gonna get happy.
But I mean, who knows how it's gonna end?
Who knows? We're gonna die. That's how it's gonna end.
Oh, there were. Cindy says that there was another big protest at the Capitol in Ottawa. See, I don't even freaking know what's going on in my own country sometimes. There were some truckers, but I don't think they organized the protest. So I don't know. You know what? I'm at the point where people are just going to do what they're going to do anyway.
I know.
I mean, I supported the truckers when they did their thing in Ottawa. I supported them 110%.
They were badass, man. They'll go down. That will go down as the one that got the Americans off their asses. Okay?
They had, like, I mean, oh my God, they had a pig roast on the street in Ottawa, and oh my God, they had bouncy castles on the, and they had a hot tub. Oh, frig off.
Well, y'all don't forget this Saturday is Sean on the National Mall in DC. I'll be I'll be showing it live on here.
Awesome.
I don't know what time it is. Um, I think he's gonna show the movie first at 3:30, and I don't know if that's 3:30 Eastern. Um, and I don't know if I can show that because I went to order the movie and it's $25, but I don't know if I can show him showing it. If
Hi,
he's showing
Victor.
it on Facebook, isn't that shareable anywhere?
I don't know, Bonnie. And I do not watch CNN.
Well, neither do I.
Yeah,
Where'd CNN come from?
Because
Victor's making
Blackwatch
fun.
said I watched
Poking.
CNN.
Oh,
No.
Blackwatch. I'm sorry, Victor. I'm sorry. I thought that was Victor poking. You two boys.
No, hello, Victor.
How do you keep track of which one's doing which here?
Yeah, but no, I haven't watched the news in 2 years, unless I'm sitting at the supper table when my husband's home
Well,
and he's got the poop on.
some of my stories I get from CNN because, oddly enough, they are reporting some of the things that are actually happening and being told.
The
Once,
last time I really watched CNN, besides the OJ trial, okay,
Mhm.
was the Oka protests with the natives in Canada. And that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
yep, I don't know. Those boys.
John
Uh,
John. Suck John John.
yeah, he probably is, John, drinking all that beer he said he bought for you.
So, are you up to the piano tonight, or no?
Me?
Yeah,
Up for the piano?
just put you on the spot.
No. Did we get a prayer request or something? Is there a? Actually, I was
No,
gonna
I
say
haven't.
Liberty Capital's been really sick, and I was gonna
We
ask.
need to do some prayers. Care Friday, she was sounding like she was in a pretty bad place, and um,
Who?
Care, Kare,
Oh, yes, right.
was in
Yep, yep, yep.
chat,
I
and
remember.
All for His Kingdom, and Josh's wife, and there's so many. Just um,
Hmm. Is Dorinda gonna sing for us?
No.
she's
I thought
Did
we'd
you?
do it in a little bit when maybe Dorinda goes down. We'll see how long she hangs with us, right?
Yeah,
She's
I'm getting really tired. So
she's still drinking her beer and having her cigarette. Let's give it a few till Dorinda's.
I just went and grabbed another beer, so I'm good for about 45 minutes.
Dorinda.
Did you see me that night on Gigi's when I sang?
thank you, Kim.
No.
Last night too.
No way. Good night, Kim Young.
You
Good night,
sang on
Kim Young.
Gigi's.
Oh.
Are you playing favorites now, Dorinda? Really?
No,
She's
I'm
like a tramp.
it was
Like a
what
tramp.
the hell was it?
joking.
Karaoke night or something she had
Oh,
going on.
karaoke. Yeah.
Okay,
Karaoke.
and I had my music, I had my words.
The banjo. You know, I do have a banjo. I have a banjo, a mandolin. My husband's got a big ass accordion. I was gonna put him on the spot and tell him to play us a song. his teacher, he has one that's real got smaller keys, and his teacher gave him another one to borrow because one of his keys broke, and the thing is super heavy. But he's like, oh my gosh, I could play it. He has kind of fat fingers, and the medium-sized accordions fingers are really small, just like with a mandolin is really hard to play, and so is a banjo. These are real small
Hello,
strings.
Pappy.
Happy two bears. What's happening? Excuse me. There's another one that never sleeps, right? He never sleeps. He's up all the time.
Oh, he sleeps.
Does he?
Yes.
Okay. Unspecified bee in the house. Oh, people are coming in from somewhere, I think.
Hello,
Where are
Pappy
you
and
coming in
Bee.
from? Was it garbage day at your house too?
Yes.
Was it really? Oh,
Tonight, yeah, it's garbage night at my house too.
Uh-huh. That one time we were having the best time singing that song. Somebody said it tonight in your chat, and I wanted to start singing it. And I remember we did that before, and it was a great stream and everything, and they took your stream down. Do you? Oh, they said the song tonight. Somebody said it tonight, and we had all started to sing it.
What was it?
Not sure. Somebody said it. I don't remember. Driving home. Oh, that's cool. I hope we've been entertaining. Have we been good and entertaining? You know, I always try. Give it my all every time, guys. Every time. Give it your all. No matter what you're doing.
Yeah.
Ours is, they changed ours to Thursdays. It used to be Tuesday and now it's Thursday. I don't know why we're talking about garbage pickup, but just throwing that out there.
Because when I got here, I said hi to everybody, and then I had to go help my husband because it was garbage day, and I asked everybody if it was garbage day at their house too.
Oh, okay.
That's why. There is a reason. Blackwatch has been sassy tonight. He says he was reincarnated as a 17-year-old stud muffin. Does he think that we're a bunch of cougars or something and we're remotely interested in that? Because there's nobody here at all remotely interested in a 17-year-old stud muffin. Okay, that I can tell you. GOP court goes to court again over Pennsylvania. Mail-in ballots. Nearly 1.2 million voters had applied for a mail-in ballot. With applications from registered Democrats outnumbering Republicans. In Ottawa. Where's that song? Where's that song?
I can find one.
Yeah, play one. Maybe it will get in the mood.
Okay.
When my edible kicks in, maybe I'll go to the piano. Kim Young left. Is that a she or a he? There's another Kim in here with 2 M's. One of my friends, Kim, has got 2 M's. He was the one in the truckers movement, remember? His name was Kim, and he had 2 M's.
Oh, yeah.
There's several different Hillsongs, but she verbally denounced Jesus. I remember that. See, that's crazy. Yeah.
I don't know if this one's so good, but we'll see. Okay, I have to mute again. Ding.
Okie dokie.
But we don't have to mute. We can talk and be sassy while the song plays. Ha ha ha. Oh my gosh. I've got the power. All right, look, I'll tell you if it's good or not. If I can sit still through it, it's not good. Buddy, I'm grooving. Yeah.
This one church town, there's a gold dirt road to a whole lot of nothing. Got a deed to the land, but it ain't my ground. This is God's country.
Yeah, I love this one.
We pray for rain and thank Him when it's falling, 'cause it brings a grain and a little bit of money. We put it back in the plate. I guess that's why they call it God's country. I saw the light in a sunrise, sitting back in a 40 on the muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shot with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of a pin down Dixie whistle in the wind that'll get you heaven bound. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around. This is God's country. Turn the dirt and work and settle waste on. We take a break and break bread all sunny, then do it all again, 'cause we're proud to be from God's country. I saw the light in a sunrise, sitting back in a 40 on a muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shine with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of a pin down Dixie whistle in the wind that'll get you heaven bound. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around. This is God's country.
Now watch my hands.
Stone reeds or what kind of pine wood box I end up in. When it's my time, lay me 6 feet deep in God's country. Yeah. I saw the light in the sunrise, sitting back in a 40 on the muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shot with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of a pin down Dixie whistle in the wind that'll get you heaven bound. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around. This is God's country. Yeah, I saw the light in the sunrise, sitting back in a 40 on the muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shouting with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of a pin down Dixie whistle in the wind that'll get you heaven bound. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around. This is God's country. God's country.
That's right, it is. Sure got that right. So get behind us, Satan. We're taking our country back. It's enough. It's enough of your little playground. I've had enough of the Satan playground, Disney World. No more Disney World, please. Please don't support those people.
I was looking.
They're not good
for
people.
strong men running the country. I don't know if y'all got that message out of that, but those are the men that keep it going. And
Right. We love our men.
Dog man, good to see you.
We love our men.
The ones with valor, integrity. Tennessee Rich Runner, good to see you.
Hello, Tennessee.
Well, I'm not hearing that mouse anymore. Just saying.
Good.
That's real nice right now. Oh, yeah. Hey, Tennessee Ridge Runner. Good to see you. You fat thumb. Blackwatch was telling some funny jokes. He's real sassy tonight. He's in a mood. He's in a mood.
So if you belong to a church, um, do they talk about anything that's going on? Like, do they talk about if there was a situation where you would have protection, where you would gather? How do I say this without saying crazy? My cousin, she lives in Alaska. Her church
Yeah.
is set up like that. Like, excuse me, stores of food spread out, locations known. Um, everyone looking out for each other. And so the reason I'm asking that question is because I can't seem to get any answers from any of our churches about things like that. Used to be the Methodist church was emergency disaster help. Even if somebody was traveling through town, we had this one man that came through town with bearing a cross. That was all he was carrying well, it was on wheels.
I've seen him at a couple of Grateful Dead shows.
Okay.
I've seen.
Probably wasn't the same
seen
man.
Hello,
But-
D-Dog.
The
Be right
cross
back.
is on wheels
got
and he's pulling it along, and the church would put him up for a night or two. And so that's what I just wonder if the communities and cities are doing anything like that. A more trusting place for people than maybe what would be offered by somebody else. Oh no.
Let's hope so, Kim.
See, and one of my kids actually said that today, and I was like, oh, well, um, we need to have a family meeting. No, I talked to him a little bit about it today. I don't want them to fear. I just want them to be aware and know where to go if they need to. You'd probably stay right where you're at, huh, Brenda?
Pardon?
You'd probably stay right where you're at.
Yep.
And I think most people would.
Yeah, I got elderly neighbors that I have to kind of look after and stuff, so I ain't going nowhere.
God bless you. That is awesome. See, you're thinking about your neighbors.
Yep.
We need to be thinking about our neighbors.
I got well, my husband's going hunting, so he's taking some of the radios with him, but I had them all charged, waiting, ready to go, and I kept charging them every couple of weeks, whatever, because I don't know how long they last, because they're not my radios, right? And I said, okay, I need a radio for here, for here, for here, for here, for here. Boom. And my husband goes, I have 6 radios. Okay, you can do that. Because I had 5 radios I needed to go out. Well, now I only need 1, 2, 3, 4 radios because the other person moved. So I'm good.
Only fair.
Because I wanted to bring a radio to them in case they needed something.
Yeah.
Right? I was
Yeah.
thinking of my neighbors.
That's good.
And I'm like, okay, I got food. I can cook. They can bring me food. We can cook. We're good. We got the fire pit in the backyard. We can cook. Got a barbecue. We can cook.
Yes. And that's, it could come down to that where you're kind of just sharing the food and
Uh-huh.
Tennessee Ridge Runner. You're a mess. Hey, Chuck.
Hello, Chuck. It's good to see you. I said hello to you the other night, but you didn't respond to me, but that's okay. You were trying to get someone else's attention and you weren't getting it. Hello, Pappy.
Hey, Pappy.
Well, hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me okay tonight?
Yes.
We
Loud
can.
and clear.
Well, glad to be on board with you. Thanks for allowing me to come up.
Thank you. How are you doing?
It's nice to be able to knock on a door this late at night and have it opened up with a friendly face on the other side of it.
You're
And
always
Chuck, that
welcome.
gumbo looked delicious.
Who are you trying to get at? I thought I said hi to you, and where was I at? Whose attention was I trying to get?
It was in Shane's, and that's all I'm gonna say.
I wasn't in there last time. I was in there very long, so it's probably why I didn't respond.
No, yeah, I know. I understood. And the night before too, I said hi to you about 5 or 6 times
Where at?
at Chuck's.
Chuck.
At Shane's, sorry.
As you was driving around the neighborhood, see that woman waving at you from the corner.
I think I answered on one of the nights, but I don't remember being there the night before.
It could have been the day before that too. I'm not real sure.
When I noticed the wrench was gone, I was gone.
That's bullshit.
Made a couple snarky comments and left. I'm not going to sit around and be punished like I'm a child. All because I think it started over capital letters.
Yeah, but you were a mod and you can use them as a mod.
That's what I've always understood, but it's okay. We don't do that.
Mm-mm.
Hello, Kim.
But I can go get glasses like everybody else.
Okay, Kemper, you're gone. Sorry.
Who?
Someone called Kemper.
Okay, I saw that.
Hey, everybody out there.
Oh, the joys of running a channel. Happy?
Well,
not
you know,
bringing
when you have the light bulb lit on your porch, the bugs will start showing up, won't they?
Yes, they do.
Thanks, everybody, about the gumbo.
It looked delicious. How did it taste?
Better than it looked.
Yeah, I was like expecting the 10th video saying, "Here's the pot. It's empty. Screw you all."
Hey,
Sorry.
John. Yeah, Bonnie, I'm not trying to bring drama here. Like I told you the other night, I think it's kind of funny and ironic.
Well, And we've seen that all over the place, and we have to have forgiving hearts. We have to try to be the better person in those situations and move on. Um,
Well, I'm gonna say one thing and then I'm gonna shut the heck up about anything, okay?
oh
He was
goodness.
sure whining about you two last night because he felt abandoned by you two. That's all I'm gonna say.
YouTube or us too?
You two, Bonnie and Chuck.
Hell,
And
I
I'm
said,
like, I even went back the second time and rewatched the video, and all Bonnie said was, "Where's your wrench?" And then she said hello to a few other people. And then I think she left, but I don't know. She might have stayed. I don't know.
hey,
But it was like, what the hell are you talking about?
I even told him that night that I'm not going to be bossed around by another mod. It's not her channel. She's not my boss. I don't take direction well. But then I apologized also and said, I'm sorry. I'm here for you, bud. Call me if you need me. Next day I get on and that happened. I'm like, okay, I see where this goes.
well, and that's the thing. Each channel has a different way of running their channel. It is what it is, and um, so it we all just have to use discernment. Is that what we want to? Is this what we want to watch? Is this what we want to watch? There's numerous channels out there. There's so many. I've been watching through the weekend when I could, and um, it's it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I come across a dick because I'm a smart ass asshole, and I'm sorry for cussing so much to everybody out there, but that's how I am. And I try to be helpful everywhere I go. I try to rise everybody up. I don't care if people come and spam in my chat, their channel all day long. It doesn't bother me, but I'm not self centered like that either. So,
No, you're. You know what? I love you, Chuck. You're a great person, and I'm
but
sorry that this crap happened to you.
it's normal. It's mind over matter. I don't mind. It don't matter. And you can't let stupidity get to you because some people just can't help it.
Yep. And I said to someone else tonight that I think a certain person is in more control than anyone can imagine on that particular channel.
Well, I just like going to channels that I'm going to learn something from,
Yeah.
something useful, something to put in my pack, in my
Yeah.
Yep.
something that is going to serve many purposes physically and mentally. Because some of those things, even if it's just a little tactical tool or something, mentally it will make you feel safer. And if you feel safer, you won't let that fear come in and take over. And so those are the things I look for, just little things that can be used in different ways
Yeah.
and make me feel more comfortable that I have this little thing, whatever it is. Today I ordered food grade hydrogen peroxide
Awesome.
because I learned something new about that.
Then Bonnie sent me a video today on Facebook that scared the shit out of me.
What?
Yeah, that where was it? Which one?
something on Facebook that's hurt you?
Might not have been you. I think it was. Let's see, which one was it? Oh, the guillotine thing.
Oh, oh, okay. You don't need to talk about that.
You sent me that, and I fell asleep and had a nightmare about being stuck in one. They caught me and drugged me in and gave me shots and then put me in that. I was like, wow.
Holy
Oh,
crap!
no.
I
I'm
read it, fell asleep. My mind did a merry-go-round thing.
I'm so sorry, Chad.
It's
Okay.
not
Oh my
fine about
goodness.
it. I was like, I woke up and like I was sweating and looking around, like, where am I at? What happened is I read it, fell asleep, and the TV was off. It was quiet. That's what happens when I sleep in silence.
The power of the mind, huh?
Oh yeah.
You know, I was listening to you, Bonnie, when you were talking there just a couple of moments ago, and I'm saying to myself, "My God, how far this girl has come from when she first started coming up on her own lives and stuff like that." You know, and you said a couple of profound things, and I want to read something and let me know if it's you, okay? And anybody else that if you think it applies to you or has relevance to you, just make a comment about it. Let me know what you think. Okay, and this is something that I wrote back. I guess around two,
Hey, Mama T.
2020, and I named it "What Being Are You?" Random acts of kindness, compassion, empathy, gratefulness, truthfulness, and good intent is where the real programming takes place that transforms the energy you desire to operate with and live your life within. You cannot change your perceptions of the world around you without doing these things. The law of spiritual energy says that like attracts like. You will be attracted to and have attracted to you that which you've chosen to be. This will bring you into a higher harmonic resonance with situations, planes of existence, and beings who also exhibit these same qualities. These may not be within your reality right now. Your level of being is dependent on being brutally honest with who you are now and making a free will and informed choice on who you would really desire to be. We are so much more powerful and full of potential than we realize. We have the ability to transform, transmute, and be restructured into a new spiritual being having a fulfilled physical existence. We can stand with our feet in both worlds with perfect balance and be the bridge from creator to creation. That is the power that each of us have within us. How we use it and how we manipulate that tool, that wrench, so to speak, okay, uh, dictates, whether or not we can fix the machine we're in. Bonnie, you're well on your way. Dorinda, you are too. I mean, I'm listening to your connection to your neighbors and your empathy and your thoughtfulness towards them. And
Yes.
Chuck, just what you post on your community page, that shows me a lot about what your thinking process is and what you would like to have other people understand about themselves as well as you. So yeah, all of you guys are trying to figure out and are really starting to figure out what kind of being you are.
Yep.
Thank you, Kathy.
That's
Thanks.
awesome, Happy.
Yeah, I don't know what I put up there from time to time. Some of the stuff. I put some wandering stuff. I put cooking stuff, making stuff, music stuff. But then I also throw out there trying to help people's channels.
The Lord's Prayer today.
Yep.
I'm surprised I didn't get any judgmental things about it. But
I
Well, the thing
liked
is,
it.
you're certainly not afraid. Yeah, you're not afraid to put yourself out there, are you?
now,
We can't be afraid to put ourselves out there.
My saying used to be, as
We
long
aren't
as
for everyone.
somebody's jacking with me, they're leaving somebody else alone. Or trying to jack with me, they're leaving somebody else alone. Yeah, all my kids think that I'm. They call it judgmental when you tell them they're doing something wrong and try to explain to them how to do it right. Especially my daughter, she thinks that's being judgmental, and she doesn't like speaking to me. I tried to tell her here a while back. I said, I'm not being judgmental. I just did a lot of stupid shit when I was younger, and I'm just trying to tell you what usually happens.
Well, when they tell you what they're going to do, or you see them doing something, just tell them, "Hey, let me know how that works out for you when you get done. Then you can discuss it."
Yeah, but it's my nature. Like, oh, if you got your thumb sticking out like that while you're using a skill saw, you might cut it off.
Mm-hmm.
Even in relationships, my oldest daughter was here today, and she was looking through Facebook, and she said, "Oh, and there's this boy years ago. She was probably about 14. No, she wasn't 14. She had to have been 16 because I wouldn't have even told her to date somebody at 14. Um, and I said, here's a good one. He's always kind. He's a hard worker. He comes from a good family. Mom, quit trying to hook me up or run my life or whatever she said. I don't know. And today she said, oh, he's on Facebook. And I said, all these years later, and you remember him. And she said, yeah, and he hasn't aged much. And I said, should have listened to Mama, huh? But um, Mama T, what are you wanting me to send you? I don't know what you're talking about, hon. Um, when they grow up, really grow up, they kind of start seeing where maybe some of our advice wasn't so bad. And
Hey, it's
that's what my grandmother, hi Scad, always always told me. She said, I will give you advice. It's up to you if you take it or leave it. And there was a lot of times when I wished I would have taken it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I have to agree, Bonnie.
Yeah. Oh, look who's in
Hi.
front of the piano.
everybody.
Hey, girl.
What's up, D? Hey, y'all.
Hey, Chuck.
Just like my mama always used to say, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
My mom used to say that too.
I love you just the way you are, Chuck, and Pappy Bears, and Dorinda, and Bonnie. Because we all know we ain't perfect. And
Welcome,
look,
Keenan.
my husband bought this from some guy that was selling, I don't know, he's part of some, thing.
Perfectly imperfect.
I just had to move it out of my way. So I heard Pappy say something about making me think I better play this song I've been wanting to play. I don't really want to play it, but I do because I wanted to share where I go when I'm just like drained, empty, got no more nothing, you know, and
Yes.
right here. And it's almost every day, every morning, midday, at night. This is where I go, you know. But like I was telling you last night, it's really private. It's not that I'm not trying to be, I'm performing for y'all. No, this is just my heart. And so
You're being led to do this,
it's probably
and
going to
I
suck
appreciate it.
really bad. If I tell you it's going to suck really bad at first and it doesn't, then yay, right?
Hello, Scud
Okay.
Warrior.
Hi,
Don't
Scad
worry
Warrior.
about it. I've been to a lot of drunken parties. I've heard worse singing and playing, I'm sure.
Right? You guys ever hear of J.J. Heller?
No.
Um, okay. Well, it was the song I'm going to play anyway. It's called No Fight Left. And, but if you could find it, maybe put the words up on it. I don't know I don't know how anything sounds. I've not done this uh, in here or anything.
You're
Anybody ever
good.
hear of J.J. Heller? Anybody hear of J.J. Heller? How does it sound? Can you hear it?
Yes.
My pedals messed up. So, like I
You bet,
said
Kim.
about when I feel like giving up, this is the kind of stuff I go to the piano and play. Okay, this is what girl does.
Thank you. Good night.
This is J.J. Heller, and the song is called "No Fight Left." Okay.
You want me to enlarge you?
No, please don't do that.
Okay.
Keep Dorinda on there. I'll look at her once in a while. She'll make me feel good. Hard to tell if my eyes are open. All I see is dark. It's easy, it's easy to lose myself, to lose myself. There is no fight left on the inside, but maybe it's where I should be. Giving up, trying, I'm giving it. I used to dream of life so lovely. There'd be no room for tears. Now letting go, yeah, letting go. It's the hardest part. It's the hardest part. There is no fight left on the inside, but maybe it's where I should be. I'm giving up, trying. I'm giving up, trying. I'm giving it. No, let it suck his nose. You don't already know how to reach back down. Pull me out. I need you. I need you. I need you. There's no fun left. Maybe that's where I should give it up, try it. I'm giving it to you. There we go.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Awesome,
Good
Aiden.
job.
That's JJ Heller, and she has very great comforting music. She lost a baby. One of her albums, the baby's name is Oliviana, and she wrote a song about it. And it says 11 minutes to take you in. And that's how I kind of learned, about her. But she's got a lot of great songs, really good songs.
And that song was titled what?
No Fight Left.
No fight.
Mm-hmm.
I found me a new chat picture and I put it on my thing. I like that. See what it
Wake
says?
up, kick ass, repeat.
Wake up, kick ass, be kind, and repeat.
Oh, be kind. Okay, good.
Okay.
'Cause that's my motto. That's Pappy Bear's motto. JJ Heller. Yep, that's her name. She actually came to Humboldt County too, to a thank you church here. I didn't go see her, but some of my friends did. She got a
Yes.
couple songs that made it mainstream. One of hers, I can't remember the name of it.
Pappy's a fighter too.
Who?
Pappy.
Oh yeah. You got to fight, and then you got to get on your knees and pray, and then you got to worship God if you want to be a strong warrior. That's how you do it. Those are our tools as Christians. David was out in that field killing bear and lion and worshiping God. That's what he was about. The one that took down the giant. Tried to armor him all up. He
Okay,
wasn't out
Pappy.
here
I'm
with
sorry.
all that armor, all that chainmail and stuff. He's like, no, you can't wear that. Oh, is there an echo? Is it me?
Pappy's having a little bit of trouble with his. Said he's going to try and reload. Whoop, there he went. I wish I could have heard your voice a little better. It seemed like
Yeah.
was see the microphone's over here. You're
What?
facing your microphone.
My microphone's just on my laptop.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you would get closer
Turn.
over this way on your piano, it was louder, and then
Yeah.
it would get lower over there, but your voice was really low. So I'm going to re-listen to it so I hear the words.
Uh-oh. Well, that's good to know. I know I'll know when to turn my head away. I've never taken any singing lessons, but because my grandma left me her piano, even before she passed away, I took lessons. We had a music teacher at grammar school. She came when I was in like 6th grade, and then I didn't go to high school, but in college I took piano.
You know what? People are too worried about perfection in singing. If
Yeah.
it's coming from a person's heart,
Yeah.
that's what counts.
Mm.
Or
Yeah.
if it's being put in your heart to share, that's what counts.
Yeah, that's what it was because girl didn't really want to do that but I feel like we do need because it is put on my heart that we need more music. When I played for the seniors at the care home my uncle's at, and I'm going to go there again this week, makes that knocks my socks off because they were so happy too. And I was like, okay, this is it. After a while, it's almost selfish to not play music for other people if they're asking you to play and you know they like it when you play. Then why not? You know, but I remember there used to be a guy that would get on Liberty Warriors for a while, and he was from Ireland, and he would play his guitar, but then he would get his gnarly drunk on, and it would just go like from super happy to really quick, and he was just like a really big jerk. Cindy, I love you, honey. Thank you. I don't feel brave all the time. I'm scared a lot. I'm scared in the morning, and I'm scared at night when I go to bed. And sometimes in the middle of the day when I look at the sky, and I'm like, they're trying to kill me. But then I try to forget about it the rest of the day, you know. Just go on about my business. Do what you can do and try to make people happy with what you can do.
Exactly. It's very hard to make everybody happy. Well, you can't. And
Yeah,
it's not up to us to make a person happy.
no,
That's number one, where everybody keeps making the mistakes. It's
right.
how we respond to that person and how that person responds to us. And you can tell through communication whether there's joy there or whether there's conflict there. And that's where we have to just kind of, you know,
You have
it,
to.
it took me a long time to realize I could not, I, I have no control over someone else's feelings towards me. I have no control. They're, you know, even with like your children, you can't make them love you. But if you build a good relationship and a loving relationship with that child, that's an unconditional love that you're going to have for life.
Yep. Good night, Gigi.
Victor going night night.
Aw,
Night.
Uh, I
night.
don't know if Victor's saying good night or just take care to Gigi. I don't know. But maybe. And I'm heading to bed too. I love you guys. I'll see you
Good night.
tomorrow.
Good
Much
night,
love,
Dorinda.
Miranda. See you
Love
later.
you.
All right. Chuck, I'm looking forward to a new video from you soon.
Yeah, me too.
Good night, everybody in chat.
Love
Love you
you.
all.
Bye. Later. Later, later, later. Oh, well, hang out with us long enough, T girl. None of us here. Well, Bonnie might care more than Chuck and I do, but Chuck and I for sure don't give a crap what anybody thinks other than our people. We do care what our people think, but the other people, no matter. You can't care what other people think, but your people do matter. If your people say,
Yep.
hey, you hurt me, or try not to do this or that, Chuck is who he is, and I wouldn't even think of trying to change him. It's like,
No,
I like Chuck, and our men need to be men, and our women need to, they need
Yeah,
to be
Vicky told me she's been with 37 years. She goes, I ain't gonna try to change you. I married you because you're a man. I don't want a bitch.
right,
That's her
right.
exact words.
We lost
and
Pappy.
that's what
I'm not
that's what
mean towards her. I've never raised my hand at her. I don't boss her around. She don't boss me around.
but that's what the children want to know. That's what the women want to know. That's what the parents want to know, that they are going to be protected.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing is
My
I'm
daddy was
thinking,
almost as big a man as I was, Bonnie, and I remember a couple times, he's only with me a couple times, and he was hard with that belt. He hit Buddy like 3 times, and he always tell me it's gonna hurt me more than it does you. And every time he had to do it, I always catch him with tears in his eyes, and he'd end up going outside or something.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
The TV shows did a number on the men. They were always getting worse and worse with the demasculation from from Archie Bunker to Everybody Loves Raymond. That's quite a contrast of perception of men there. Now Archie Bunker wasn't ideal, but you know what my favorite is Michael Landon, Pa Ingalls on Little House on the Prairie. That guy would be worshiping God 1 minute and beating the living snot out of somebody that night. Like, he was always kicking someone's ass. In Little House on the Prairie, we watched that series with our kids, and that's a great series to watch with your young kids because that's it's a wild, wild west, but they were really up in Minnesota, right? But still, that whole way of living life, and everyone was dependent on each other in the general store, not Amazon. We were dependent on the entertainment you could get, the doctors you could get. I mean, shoot, the doctors did the house calls. As soon as insurance companies got and all that stuff, that's when everything got weird. Everything got weird.
Good night,
What
Happy.
happened to Poppy? Did he does his internet poo poo?
It's
Oh,
storming there, and
so
he's
sorry.
yep.
Well, miss ya. I'm glad he tried and came up anyway. Always
Yeah.
try and come up anyway. Maybe I could play background music. I don't know how that would go. We sang a song one time and we got taken down. Remember that? It's the greatest
No.
song. Oh my gosh, we had the best time. We were singing some real cheesy song. And someone said it early on in the chat. Like, they said a phrase that was like that. It was part of that song. It was so good. It's so funny.
We were just singing and got taken down.
Yes.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah. It was one of your best. It was a really fun stream. Oh, is he?
We had to have had music.
Good to know. Thank you, Cindy. Huh.
Wow, that's funny.
About LWN or what?
No, I'm reading something else. It was funny.
Keep it to yourself. We don't want to know or anything. Just on a talk show with a whole chat. We want to know. Tell us. Tell us.
What'd you do? You want to know what I was laughing at?
Ah.
How many wrinkles does an asshole have?
Oh, I don't know.
Smile and I'll count them. That's what I was laughing at.
It's camo combo.
Actually, last time I shaved was Friday.
It's finally done at midnight camo in Michigan.
That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna let it grow for the day.
Goodness.
See how it looks.
Can you hear that? Is it like background noise?
Mhm.
I'm wearing
You
my
good?
trying to wear my
I bought this so I could play the piano at night when my husband goes to bed because the baby grands are so much.
That's because of tomorrow, right?
Hello, Carl.
Let's have a bunch of smear marks on.
Carl. What are you doing, Carl? You gonna sit there and type, Carl?
We have more of a glare on them.
I don't really always like to sing. You know, I don't always sing.
Oh, he had a little snow too.
I do want to. Camel got snow in Michigan?
Yep.
I want to make something to eat.
No.
That make some.
All right. You got that shrimp in there.
It needs new strings, Cindy.
Don't leave them in where it goes bad.
It has some good sound with it.
Monster, so she can taste it. I'll make it. Fine, baby.
Carl, I put the link if you want to come up and tell us what fat pants are.
What is it?
I think he said fat pants.
Trying to find a song with the name. Too quiet. You guys are too quiet.
Very true. Kiss off. Fat pants are very needed at Thanksgiving.
What is?
Fat pants.
Every day.
They're like hammer pants.
Every
Are
day.
elastic waist camo pants that my
Everyday
gut can expand in. That's what he said.
Elastic was like the greatest invention in denim ever.
In everything.
Everything.
Oh,
Oh yeah, this is it. I love this song. You know that song, 1,000 Years?
yes.
That's a fun song. Did you ever see that video of the lady that I shared it on a stream a long time ago? Her husband was hearing impaired and she learned how to sign it all the way down the aisle, and she was beautiful, smoking beautiful bride. Oh my gosh. You ever see that? That'll make you cry. I don't care who you are. You will cry if you see that.
And what is it?
It's called 1,000 Years. And it's, if you look it up for like on YouTube, look up
Is that candle?
woman
candle.
signs. Woman signs
I guess you give them that one
song
too.
for their wedding
Wait, you want me to give him a different one?
down the aisle.
You want to give Baker and followed, you give them something.
But this
Wedding
is the
song.
version
A handful of dry food.
And I don't sing this song. I just like to play it, so it'd be good in the background maybe. Tell me if it's too loud or too quiet, okay?
Okay.
How is that? Too loud?
That's good.
If you can find that video, Bonnie, it's so pretty.
Is it one I can play?
I mean, I don't know.
Or
Because it's probably copyrighted. Yeah, you probably get in trouble with it. But you can play it without the sound. Because I'll play it. Right? But watch it sometime. It's really pretty. It's one of the prettiest gestures I've ever seen at a wedding that a bride did for her husband. It's just so sweet. Super sweet video.
let's see and look at the cover.
What? What'd you say, cover? Well, it's in the
Yeah.
background. She does the cover, which I think she's doing it. Yeah, because the whole audience is hearing it, but she's signing it for her husband, you know? So I think they do
Oh,
play not the cover, they play the real song at the wedding. But I played it, but I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to play it to risk it. I think you get in trouble. Did you find it?
I have no fun with it being stupid. Oh, oh.
Hey, Camo.
What's happening, ladies and Chuck?
What's going on, dude?
Hey, D, do you know that one from that commercial, the Memorex uh, recording tape commercial? That did. Remember that?
No.
Where the kid pushes the button on the tape player so he can sneak out of the bedroom while his parents thinks he's practicing. You remember that commercial?
Oh, I vaguely, but not enough. Not enough. Dang it. We'll have to find it, right? You want to hear that lick or something?
I think you can do it. It sounds like you're tuned perfect for it. Dee 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 dee.
I need some notes. Okay. Clearly I'm reading notes here.
Nobody else knows what I'm talking about, anyways.
Look it up. I don't know it. Sorry.
Well, I'm
I
old.
remember it, the commercial, but shit. It's missing a note right there.
Cindy Fountain. All I
Once
can
there was a
find
way to get back home. Once
Oh, I
there
know.
was
I
a
got a lot of
way
Beatles. I got so many
to
Beatles
get
books.
back home.
Gamma would sing the
Sleep,
Beatles.
pretty
Like
darling, do not
bunch of
cry.
Beatles.
And I will sing a
That's a
lullaby.
fun one to play too. I love that one to play. Boy, you're
Boy,
carry
you're
that
gonna
weight,
carry
carry that weight for a
a
long time.
long time.
I mean, we can overlook the fact that the Beatles were whatever.
One,
I grew
two,
up with
three, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children will go to heaven.
yes, that's a easy. They played easy music. Their music was not tricky. Super easy. It's fucking not hard.
There it goes. Troubles with phone tonight, for sure.
What
What's up
is?
with that? Having troubles with my phone tonight.
What is? Good night, Eric.
Night, Eric.
Eric,
Right, Eric. Going by. By the way, hello, Eric. See you
Yeah.
later.
Hello, goodbye. We must get some Beatles songs going, I think, huh? Yes. Say no. I don't know anything by heart. I have to read everything. Brain.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly.
That's a great one. That's a fun song. All your life,
You have waited
you
for
were waiting for the moment. You were. I'm gonna have to go get my Beatles books.
Yeah.
Those are the easiest songs to play. Everybody knows Beatles songs.
Well, only people that are
Well,
old like us.
thanks for coming in.
Well, that's true.
I was given those albums as a kid. Every time a new Beatles album came out, I had it.
Yeah, never played an official. My mom had all the albums. I have a couple of them. She had the white
Abbey
album.
Road. I think Abbey Road is my favorite, just by the way it all mixes together.
Do you think Paul McCartney's alive?
No.
You don't?
No,
I don't.
I do. I
I
saw him.
mean, I'm. I don't think Michael Jackson's alive, but that's what I was thinking when you asked that.
Yep.
You don't think Michael Jackson's alive?
Yeah, now there's a lot of people that think he's alive.
I have no idea. They seen him or
Well,
what?
I mean, there's like you come up with a dead celebrity, and somebody out there thinks he's alive. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I remember December 7th or December 6th, 1980, really well, when they killed Lennon.
That's what I was gonna say. Isn't that when? Well, and they never found out who did it, did they?
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they
Oh, they
did.
did.
He's been in prison. I think he was eligible for parole or something the last couple of years ago or something.
Oh,
Wasn't some psycho guy?
Yeah.
Well, was he really jealous about his girlfriend and stuff, or wasn't that some bull crap?
he was aiming at Yoko.
I didn't
He
think she
did
was
just
with
say
him.
that.
No, I think the guy had a fixation for him for a long time. Yeah, Mark David Chapman. Thank you, Tom. Good to see you.
Was somebody that I watch. I can't remember who it was. Anyway, he got John Lennon in his car, and they went and toured London, I guess, or anyway, his old friends, and they were just singing together, and
Was it
You mean
Elton
another?
John?
You talking about another famous musician?
I'm not sure that he was a musician. I think he was just like a
He was hanging out with Elton John and a bunch of those people.
almost like a newscaster, but not someone that just like a creator. I'm gonna have to look for that. They went into one of the old pubs that he used to sing in, and he sang a song, and everybody was excited. It was like it was just spur of the moment.
There's a good one.
What is it? Rude dude. That's a good one. Yeah, I agree.
Read the top word. Rude dude.
What's that say, Chuck?
Rude dude.
Hey, you know what? I could play the saxophone with this too. I could play everything, any instrument.
What about old time rock and roll by Bob Seger?
No, not that fast.
Go get your saxophone and be the one girl band and play them all at once.
I play Bad Leroy Brown.
That's funny you said that, Carl, because that's one of the songs I have saved at the top.
Huh. What about Billy Joel, Piano Man? You know
I
any of
can
that?
play that. I can play that. Yeah, and I got an old '70s book. It has what's that other one? When the music died, too.
Come
Those are
on,
fun.
Virginia, don't make me late. You Catholic girls start way too late. Sooner or later, it comes down to fate. I might as well be the one.
I think I remember that,
Let
Tom.
the good die young. John Lennon bought his aunt a house, and that house was a flat boat that she used to say to him when he was a young.
Ozzy Osbourne's dad told him he'd never amount to nothing as long as he played with his band buddies.
There's a song I really like by Black Sabbath that nobody ever plays it, man. It was never played on the radio much. It's called A Hard Road, and it was late '70s. It got no airplay, man, but it's a really good song.
I don't know that one, but I liked Changes, but I could never sing it. Sing it, Camo.
Changes.
Make you want to
What
sling
about Solitude?
that song. Don't listen
What
to that
about,
song. You're depressed.
you know, Changes? Do you know Solitude? My name, it means nothing. My fortune is less.
Sweetly.
My future's been shrouded in dark wilderness. Black Sabbath did two really slow songs. One was Changes, and the other one was Solitude. And it like completely different from the. But yeah, I know Changes. I know all those old Sabbath songs. But the one I said about it's a hard road, if you were to listen to it, knowing all those other Sabbaths, you'd wonder why it wasn't a hit.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way it was. They picked the wrong songs.
Yep, they did.
Yeah, they did, because I liked other songs better on a lot of Zeppelin albums that made it. I mean, most of them made it. They made it number one on some of those albums. I'll be right back.
Day the music died. That's a good one.
Willie D. Actually, that song Willie D takes me right back to when it came out. I remember that being played on the radio all the time. And Led Zeppelin, Your Time Is Gonna Come, will take me right back to like the summer of '71, you know?
You want to hear one?
You play that one. Your Time Is Gonna Come. See if you can find one. You won't find it. Nobody can do that song. Nobody can do that as a cover.
Probably not. Thank you, Cindy. Yes, it's our house. All right.
Some reason or another, that song popped into my head. My house. That was a very, very, very fine house. I don't know why that popped
in the yard, life used to be so hard. Our house. Are you talking about my house or our house?
My house is in the middle of the street. Isn't that how it goes?
And then there was one in the '80s called Our House by an '80s band on MTV.
in the middle of our street. Yeah, my house is in the middle of the street.
Yeah, what the?
That's called a camper.
Actually, I have seen that. I've moved houses. I've seen them in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, our house over here, it's 2,500 square foot, 10-foot ceilings in the attic. When you go up and hit the highest point of the peak, is probably 20 feet. So that puts the house 30 feet up. Vicky goes, we ought to think about buying land and having this house moved. I said, they'd have to cut it up in pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we moved some barns when I was a kid. We only moved them like 7 or 8 miles, and we had to have the power company come out and disconnect lines. We had to have these long poles with these like little hooks at the end of them where she could push the telephone lines up over the house. It was a pain in the ass.
Stretch of this would be 30 foot. And bad thing about it, the house is like 50 by 50. So I'm like, yeah, you ain't going to move it. They have to clear mailboxes and everything out to get this through there. So.
I saw a video of the Amish moving a building, and they took the floor out of it, so it just had the framing on the floor, the cross beam, and then the ones that went up and down. And there was at least 100 men in there.
Yeah, I saw that one. They all walked through. It looked like a bunch of centipedes.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times. They do that rather commonly, actually. I never seen that though, Tom. Did you see Tom's comment?
One Bonnie's talking about, they had one guy in the front and one guy in the back. They watched them as they moved, and then people outside holler directions.
Mm-hmm.
Up, go! And you see all these guys struggling, but there's people are almost elbow to elbow in that one. That's the same one Bonnie's talking about.
Yes.
We've moved cars like that. I know you have too.
Hell, I think they walked that thing a half a mile.
Oh, and by the way, I saw you were missing the wrench. I forget where channel where you were asking for a wrench. But all you got to say is, dude, I've been a mechanic all my life. Give me a wrench.
Yeah. My wrench won't fix the issue, so.
I don't want no metric cheapos, man. Just give me standard.
I want the combination metric standard.
You got yourself a left-handed metric crescent wrench?
Yeah. It fits with a left-handed hammer and a right-hand screwdriver.
Oh.
Yes, I missed the cool garage sale this weekend.
Well, I got a couple items today from a yard sale. A couple of auction items, maybe.
Good night, John.
Cool.
Yeah, anybody out there needs an M65 field jacket who's a real small person, I got one that's like brand new, short, small.
Night, John. What is it?
Army issue M65 field jacket. Very sought after jackets, but it's a real small size, but it looks brand spanking new. It's got a Air Force patch on it I'm going to take off of it, but other than that, no, something told me to stop. So I went and found 2 military grade items at a sale. So I was happy about that today.
Well, yeah.
One of them's a load bearing vest, Molly vest. And I've never actually owned one of these. They're new, but I see a guy that does metal detecting on YouTube wears it all the time.
I found the hoodie poncho.
What'd you say about that? What?
I found that on, I think it might have been Amazon or something. Anyway, I saved it in my list.
A U.S. Army rain poncho or a poncho liner?
Liner.
Right on. They call them woobies now. That's new to me. They were always known as poncho liners. And the first use that they got was in Vietnam. And it was the woodland pattern. and you can tell one of the old ones because they've got a seam. Who?
Can y'all hear that?
Yes.
No.
Oh, yeah. Remember, for the longest time, I'd play stuff here in the background and nobody heard it. Remember?
Was that telling me I was talking too much?
No, I was just seeing if Spotify was working because it wouldn't work on my phone earlier.
I was about to give the whole history of the poncho liner.
What?
About a week or two ago, Bonnie wanted some song, and I found it on my Spotify list, and I went to play it, and nobody could hear it.
Who's Next? 1976, or was that 77? No, that was 78 when that album came out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What's that? Bob O'Reilly?
Well, that was on the album Who's Next, where they're all standing around peeing on that monument.
Don't sit on the edge of this
This
bench.
one's got just the greatest hits, but let me see.
Our House by Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I could play that one. I like that song. The piano
And
man. I mean, it's
Sorry.
not hard. No, go ahead. I'm just rambling.
I was going to tell him 1971 was Who's Next.
Was it that early?
Yeah. Well, this was the deluxe edition, so yeah.
My mother always played the piano, and she would either play hymns or there was this one song, Alley Cat.
Yeah. How about waltzes? My grandmother played waltzes a lot. And stuff like, oh gosh, what's that thing called? I learned it. United Airlines uses it. United Airlines uses a little part of it. It's a classic. Yeah, she likes classics.
Well, I want to finish what Bonnie was talking about too. Well, how much was that poncho liner?
It was 30 something, maybe 39.
And it was an actual U.S. issue item, or is it a remake?
It's a remake.
Because that's
The
not
actual,
they're not. They don't last as long, Bonnie. I would look for an original issue one before I would buy a knockoff.
well, they're a lot more expensive.
Yeah, you can find them in the 45-ish range, brand new, if you watch for a while. But it's worth that extra $10, Bonnie.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep an eye out.
Keep in mind the ones I was starting to tell you about with the seam in the middle. They're from the early eras, the Vietnam era. They didn't have fabric rolls that wide, so they had to sew it. And those can be valuable. All right, a mint issue one, I've seen those sell for hundreds of dollars because they want their gear to be era accurate.
What you're talking about is not wool, is it?
No, it's a
Okay.
ripstop, super lightweight ripstop nylon with a polyester fill between it. So it's a really lightweight blanket with ties on it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna
I
play
think Pappy was up here telling you about him too.
Yes.
What's his camo?
Yeah, Zeppelin. Got the
Over the hill, far away.
Yep. Oh, darling, 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 walk a while with me.
I didn't realize I had all of Zeppelin 4 on my damn list. The whole damn thing. It's been so long since I've been in this.
You know what a treat it was to hear those BBC recordings after all those years? Did you listen to all those? Traveling Riverside Blues, Long Black Wavy Hair. There's like 8 songs or something that were recorded back during the same period of time those were, They weren't released until the 90s. It's called the BBC recordings. Those are worth listening to, man. It's like listening to a fresh Led Zeppelin song from 1971.
What's the name of it? I'll type it in here and see if it shows up.
It's the BBC recordings. Try Traveling Riverside Blues. They started to play it on the radio when they came out. It doesn't get a lot of airplay, but it's pretty. It's a full-fingered tune, I'll tell you.
He does, Willie B. Willie D, have you ever been on my channel?
Talking about Robert Johnson.
What was that?
Got Traveling Riverside Blues. Got Let 'Em Talk, I Do.
No, go put Led Zeppelin in there with it, because you're getting the originals. See, Led Zeppelin used to use a lot of black blues American singers' music and stuff that they actually did cover songs of them. They got a lot of their influence from American blues, old blues. I do I, Willie D? Huh. I should have done something with that, I guess. Hindsight's always 20/20.
Man, get birds to know.
Now, what are you listening to? That ain't no Led Zeppelin.
I know. I realized that after I clicked on it.
What in the? All right, you're having a hard time. I know it's on YouTube. Led Zeppelin, Traveling Riverside Blues.
I was looking to see if it showed up in this anywhere. It might be under Led Zeppelin, maybe.
Mm.
There's if you like hard Led Zeppelin, that one is my gal's got long black wavy hair is what he says in the song. I forget what the name of it is. I think that is the name of it, actually.
Is there a reason for that, Willie D? Being a brat. I want a song where it's like, meanwhile, back at the ranch. Here's a good one.
Back in year one,
Get your
when
edge.
you were belonging to no one. You didn't stand a chance, son, when your pants were undone. 'Cause you were bred for humanity and sold to society. One day you wake up in the present day. There you go.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, let's be honest.
You remember
Boy,
that?
that's kind of that. My foot's tapping automatically when I hear that.
You remember it, Bonnie?
No, I have no idea what that was.
Here, I'll send it to you on Facebook. You can listen to it.
Okay. Here's one
It's
for y'all.
old Zeppelin that wasn't released until the 90s. So it's a lot of people haven't heard it before, but it's from that era. So it's golden to hear.
I'll even drop it out in chat whenever anybody wants to see it.
There was a whole album, and there wasn't a whole lot of songs, but they were recorded by the British Broadcasting Corporation back in the early 70s.
Okay, here's one for you, Carl. Nope. One.
We lost D.
Michael, you're watching
Yes.
Bull Sessions in the Bloodworks live studio. I think Uncle Russ used to do it so well, but I was scared to death of it. I was like, I can't sing that high. I got a deep voice, and I just can't sing that high. So I think I was downstairs or something one time in the basement. I was singing this song. And I'd always cut it off right before that high part. I never. And so I started singing it after that. But anyway, it's a special song to me. And this song, as we travel all over the country, becomes so much more relative to my life. And it's fun. On a long and lonesome highway east of Omaha, you can listen to the engine moaning out its one song. You can think about the woman or the girl you knew the night before. But your thoughts will soon be wandering the way they
King Bob Seger.
when you're
No.
riding 16 hours.
I can't play
and
the
there's
original.
nothing much to do.
You know, when I hear him with that picture, I picture Rescue with a guitar singing outside. Is that the same guy that sings Rescue songs?
I don't know.
Here I am
Dylan Carmichael.
on the road again. And there I am up on the stage. Here I go, playing the star again. There I go, turn the page.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one reminds me of my best friend's second husband. That was his favorite song of all time.
I used to
And
think Seeger was a regional thing. You know, I didn't know people in Texas and everywhere else heard Seeger. I didn't. I think there was a period of time you guys didn't, but it was a long time ago.
well, if you were up there in the Panhandle, they probably didn't. But it kind of surprises me that you think we don't hear music here or something. For one thing, Austin, they were talking about making the music capital of the world at one time.
Right, right. But I'm talking back in the early 70s or so.
Yeah.
It was I was under the understanding that Bob Seger was a local gig, is what I'm saying. I didn't know that he was like so well known. And he really wasn't in the beginning. You know, it was a Detroit scene thing. But
Look at all
you
the
know,
musicians that's come out of Detroit, though. Detroit,
like
Chicago.
I like the old Seger, you know, like heavy music and 2+2. And you ever heard Lucifer?
Yes. Well, Dee, I'm sorry you had to go.
I've seen Seeger a bunch, but there's one time in particular that stands out. I was at a carnival in Lake Orion, Michigan in the 70s. And there was a beer tent where the regular old local band was playing. And Bob Seger showed up and got up on stage with that band. And I remember him just belting Catmandu. An impromptu little performance, you know.
Yep.
See you later, D. I'm actually impressed by the piano, D.
Yes, you did very well.
Get the Beatles book out.
Thank you so much, Deanna.
And there's another reason why I was saying it like that too, is that I know that there's a lot of country western music has always been out west and down south. You know, there seemed like it was always the northern states that were more rockers to me.
Oh, okay. Well, um, I don't know. My first husband had every Beatles song ever made, even if it was the Beatles, just John Lennon. I think Ringo Starr even did a some, didn't he? I don't know, but
I
um,
remember him doing a movie called Caveman with Barbara Bach, and then he married her. Hey, sweet tea.
yes. And even when John Lennon went off on his own, all of those, the albums, the 8 tracks, the whatever, we had them. And that was, I don't know why that one song that Paul McCartney did was my favorite because it's kind of a quirky song, that silly little love songs.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, a lot of people didn't like Lennon's last album. That he, starting
Yeah,
over, and that I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. I really love to watch them roll. I like that song. I always did.
yeah, yeah. My sister-in-law was all into that, and um, and we went to a lot of, even at Lukenbach, Texas. There were bands there that were playing the hip music of the time, I guess you would call it. Have you
Well,
heard
you
of
guys always did have ZZ Top.
Austin? Yeah. Have you heard of Austin City Limits?
Oh yeah,
It was a show that they would showcase music. Well,
and Texas Jam 1974. I remember that. A lot of
yeah,
album music. A lot of good bands had live material on their albums after that concert.
yeah. And once a year
Even
in
Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent did double live concert in San Antonio.
yes, and once a year in Austin, they have a. It's called the Pecan Street Festival, and each block is a different genre of music. It's kind of weird that it works out, but it does. And so we would go to the, um, I guess you'd call it hard rock. I don't know, section. And even at the Texas Dance Hall, when you walked in, you were in the country part. And if you kept going through there, then you were in the rock and roll part. So, and that was ages ago. We're not just all hillbillies here.
I didn't call it. You know what the definition of the Webster's dictionary was for a hillbilly?
No.
A Michigan farmer.
Oh.
That was
So,
the old definition. So I can't call nobody no hillbilly.
so it wasn't even anybody from the South.
No,
I mean, and that's, I like almost all kinds of music.
I like bluegrass. I like southern rock, hard rock, old rock. I like stuff like Hank Jr. I love Hank Jr. I like Hank Sr. I
A
like
lot of
Johnny
the
Cash.
movies, the song or what, or what makes it. Um, like Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah, but that's the
Love
now
that
Skinner.
song.
I had all those 7 of the original first Skinner albums, and
Mhm.
anything they'd play on the radio, I've heard it too much, so I always go to those deep cuts with Skinner. They got 100 songs they never played on the radio that are wonderful songs.
Huh. And I like the bluegrass music, and I like the Irish sounding music, and I just like all music. And whatever song pops in my head that day is usually how I name the title.
Have you heard Mongolian metal?
I don't know. Mongolian what?
Oh boy, that's different. They use that humming. You ever heard that humming?
Yeah,
To metal music. I think
yeah.
Chuck would like it.
What's that?
Mongolian metal.
I don't think I've ever heard it.
Well, when I was looking at songs for strong men, um, there was several Viking songs, and
Big Bad John. Big Bad John.
and that group where that guy did such a low voice that I played last week. He had one of those songs in there, and it almost ruined it when he went that low. Ruined the song because his backup was singing.
Well, whoever just did that Seeger song that you played did it at such a strange speed. It's weird
Yes.
for me to try to keep up.
Yep.
Because there's a live version of that and there's a studio cut of that Seeger did. And those are different. But that guy did it way, way different.
Yeah. And one of my good friends, she's a biker, and she's close to my age, and she sings amazing. So she does karaoke all the time. And Comfortably Numb is one of the songs that she does. And as bad as it is, I liked it. And Copperhead Road,
That's
she
a good
does
song.
she does a lot of Pink Floyd, and she bounces all over the place. She likes Skinner. We had this one guy. He was real tall and lanky, and he would do uh, Mick Jagger, and he
He
would
did,
do
he did the chicken dance.
yes, he would do the motions and everything, and it was like, dang, he's got it down.
I was driving home early Sunday morning listening to gospel radio on the colored radio station. You ever remember that one? So if you're down on your love life and love or life don't mean a damn, get a girl with far away eyes. Remember that one? The
Mhm.
Stone song they did. It was almost like a country song. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
how'd that go? And if you're downright disgusted, life ain't worth a damn. Get a girl. Well, you know what kind of eyes she got. Oh, Anna's back. I thought she fell asleep.
Totem.
Totem by Hugh. Is that the name of that Mongolian? That might be that Mongolian band.
Mm. Home free.
Yeah, okay. Wolf Totem. It's a trip.
I remember those days, Tennessee.
Ridge Runner. I love that album. You little shit, you're in it now. I hope they throw away the keys. You should talk to me more often than you did. The courtroom scene in that in the wall. I can
Yes.
totally relate with that song.
um, like the first concert I went to was an outdoor concert. Of course, it was in San Antonio, and they would pass around trays of whatever you wanted. I'll just
Oh yeah,
leave it
sounds
at
like
that.
Pine Knob.
Yeah.
I can remember a place down south, North Carolina, I went to, and all I remember it was like a bowl, all right, like a hole, like a crater in the ground, and it was the oddest in the middle of nowhere little concert venue I've ever been to. I mean, I've been to a lot of weird ones, but that one was strange. It was like everybody was barefoot kind of place, you know?
Mm-hmm. Sounds like an amphitheater.
It was
Oh,
like an amphitheater, but it was more like a crater, you know?
huh.
And the band was over top of the crater. So everybody else was in the hole looking up at the band.
That's kind of scary.
It was a weird place. That's why it stands out in my memory. I wish I could find it. I've looked for it before. It was only 40 something years ago, you know, so
Yep. I'm not getting in no hole till it's time.
I remember something that I can't spark anybody else's memory with. But before The Wall came out, I remember another Pink Floyd movie that was in the theaters, maybe a year or two before The Wall, but it was all musical performances. It was all like stage performances from around the world or something. It wasn't a movie.
Why does that sound kind of familiar? I don't know.
Well, Wall came out in '79, I think. That's when it was in theaters, at least.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
That was the epi- that was the height of the Dolby surround systems for the theaters back then. The movie sounded badass in the Dolby theater.
Yeah, we used to go on field trips to what they call them. It was like a dome, and you went in there and you laid down on the floor.
Oh, planetarium.
I don't think it was a planetarium because the whole roof dome was a screen, and they would show you movies on there or whatever,
Oh, I
documentaries.
don't know. I've never seen that, but I remember going to a place. I think it was Henry Ford Museum, where they had a thing that it showed all the heavens, all the stars, all the constellations, everything. It projected them on a dome above you.
Yeah. Then it was called an amphitheater. It was by the Hemisphere Tower.
My favorite Floyd song, Ridge Runner, is Pigs, three different ones.
Three Little Pigs.
No, Pigs, three different ones. There's a album called Animal, and it has each song has different animals in their title. You know, there's dogs, there's sheep. That's the name of the songs, but there's two pigs ones, so it's Pigs, three different ones.
Yeah. Epcot. That might have been what they called it, but that was way back there, Willie D. I'm old.
Wasn't the Epcot Center a space and science center that was at Disney?
I don't know.
Hey, Lily.
there was something in Dallas we went to, and it's like it was you. Oh, what goodies is he showing us? And dripping. Whoops. Is that stew
Showing how to pour gumbo in your keyboard.
of gumbo?
Gumbo. I saw a picture of his gumbo today.
Yep.
It was like Gumbo 9 or something was the title of it. So he's got a lot of gumbo videos apparently.
It showed how to pour it in the keyboard.
Yeah. Is that how you keep the buttons lubricated?
I
Yeah.
was hoping that's not where it was dripping. Dang it. Whoops. He pushed the wrong button cleaning it.
Oh yeah, he's probably killed it. He has some luck, I'm telling you.
I know it. Oh, there he is. That place we went to in Dallas, they were doing Mount Everest, and they were showing it on a little screen outside. And once I saw what it was, I was like, nope, I'll go out to the dinosaur garden. Y'all have fun. It was like you were flying above and looking at all this. You know me in heights. It wouldn't have been good. So I didn't go.
You know how many things I picked up in the store today that said it was made with genetically made foods?
Uh-oh.
It was rather disturbing. I'm done with all of those.
Mhm.
Hostess, anything Hostess, that says it on there. Like combos and Pringles. There's a bunch of things out there that are made with that crap now.
Dang it. Of course, the only chips that I found that even my doctor was okay with was Fritos corn chips.
You know, that's the only bag I bought, a bag of Fritos, chili Fritos, and only because they didn't say that on it.
Yep.
And Pop Tarts are clean too.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
really?
don't put it on there because they're probably worse.
Don't think like I did. Dang it. No, yeah, I hate it when people do that. I was already thinking that way, and I was trying to push it away, Chuck. Now that you say it,
No, I don't think so. Because
You really
I don't
said it,
trust none of them. None of them, man. They're trying to liquidate us, people.
well,
Carl, you already said to me and you talked that we destroy stuff. So
And yeah, there goes that image.
yeah, pretzels are probably good too. Still,
I was thinking, what if these shrimp are from China and they're grown in somebody's septic tank in the backyard?
oh gosh, Chuck, we have too many shrimp farms right here in Texas. My ex-husband's family owns one.
Yeah, but our dumbasses probably export it all, and then we import the garbage.
Here, we'll sell you these and you sell us your shit.
Yeah,
Does
that's
that
as
make any
much
sense at
sense
all?
as the world makes.
No,
What?
that's no sense at all. None.
I said that, but that's as much sense as the world makes these days.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you our oil reserves, but we want to buy back your shitty gas.
Hey, let's go conquer an oil-rich country and then let them keep all their oil and do nothing with it.
Yeah, T, this got okra, sausage, chicken, and shrimp.
Oh my goodness. I was about 12 when I had my first taste of shrimp, and it was shrimp gumbo. And I think I ate 5 bowls of that stuff. I could not move. I couldn't move.
That's when you need fat pants.
Yeah.
I cooked the chicken till it was almost falling off the bone, and I pulled the chicken out. Then I reduced the broth down to about a half or a third. Then I boiled my shrimp, pulled them out, set them to the side. I had my son, youngest son, he shelled them. I put all the shells back in there in the broth, the shrimp broth, and reduced that down to almost nothing. Got the shells out and poured that in.
Are you using small or the jumbo shrimp?
They're large, but they cook down there. I don't know. Curl your index finger up, and that's about how big they are.
Because if you use the jumbo, then you could call it jumbo gumbo.
Yeah.
Do you still have to devein them?
You know, I worked in some big restaurants, and we used to have to clean the shrimp. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of them, cases of fresh shrimp. The thing is like 1 out of every 50 or 1 out of every 100 shrimp that you get out of the sea crates, as you go to clean them, there's like one that'll be green. All right. And it's different from all the others, and it's pure poison, and it will kill somebody. They get caught in the net. They get stuck in the conveyors. They get held back longer than the rest of them. So every now and then, a bad one gets snuck in, and it's a good chef knows to watch for that crap. And they're nasty. I mean, it can spoil a whole thing. But other than that,
smell them quick too. They're like, wow, what's in there?
Oh yeah, it's bad. I remember in the 70s and 80s, there was these guys here in Michigan had these little white trucks with a freezer in the back, and they'd drive all around Michigan and sell door to door meat. And they used to have these jumbo breaded shrimp in a cardboard box about the size of a shoe box. Man, I was addicted to those things. It was $20 a box, and I had to have them. I mean, I'd be like buying $100 worth of shrimp off this guy on the side of the street. Gotta have them. It was like a drug deal or something for shrimp. Bacon wrapped filet mignon too. Do you guys have those down there, Chuck?
What? Filet mignon?
No, where they drove around in little trucks and sold you meat right out of little freezer.
Yeah, they have them every now and then. I don't trust it. One guy come by here, I got a killer deal for you. I'm like, okay, and I got to listen to him. I said, I don't even know how your meat sits. I said, you got them frozen in these Ziploc bag things that are vacuum packed. And I said, the meat's odd color. I said, it ain't supposed to be bright red, but I don't quite think the meat's supposed to be brown looking like this either.
Oh, you had a bad one, man. There was a couple companies up here that were pretty good.
I said, if you leave some samples, I'll try them. But
there you go. Well, they wouldn't do that. Even back in the day, they wouldn't. But they had a good reputation, Chuck. I mean, they didn't screw around. It was fresh stuff, and it was. They would get the stuff the same way that a food service would get it. So they would get it as fresh as you could get it and take it and directly sell it.
Yeah, I'll trust a taco truck that don't have anybody there that speaks English, but I won't trust somebody coming to my house trying to sell me frozen meat.
I don't think I'd trust them these days either. That was a different time, Chuck.
Yep. Somebody told me now, too, even the Schwann's trucks deliver the frozen ice creams and all that.
Yeah, I just seen one.
They say don't trust them anymore because they don't have the regulations like they used to. A lot of times that stuff will thaw and they'll refreeze it.
It's funny you say that. I've been seeing some pretty raggedy Schwann trucks.
Oh, yeah. Remember, we were growing up, they're all pretty and shiny and nice.
Yeah, these ones look like they've been down a hard road.
Yeah, like a bum walk up to you. Want to buy a bologna sandwich?
I don't even see those at all anymore.
Oh, years ago, 20-some years ago when I was living up north, there's this little place in Carlin, Michigan. And I went there for the jerky. They made homemade jerkies and stuff there. And This guy, he sold sandwiches to the surrounding gas stations and stores, make them sandwiches, put them in a nice container. He got caught switching out labels of dates on the sandwiches
Oh yeah.
and ruined his entire reputation. The place went under after that. They sold it after that. I mean, it's like one stupid thing he got caught doing. He ruined the whole gig.
Yeah.
I worked at an Italian restaurant up there in Cleveland
Excuse
before I
me
got
just a
married,
minute.
and every morning we had to come in, and this restaurant didn't open till I think it was 10 or 11. We'd show up at 8 because we'd make up 100 hot sausage sandwiches. You know how they make a meatball, but it's sausage. Did 100 of them, 100 of meatball, and 100 subs, but the subs were in between hot Italian and regular Italian subs. There's ones they heated up, and there's ones that they kept cold. So that's 300 sandwiches we had to do in like 3 hours. And the boss man the night before, he'd make up all the meatballs and the sausage stuff because he'd get the beef and he'd put it in the dough mixer and he'd mix that in with whatever seasoning he's going to put to make his meatballs. And they did the same with ground pork to make his sausage, Italian sausage. And
a lot of food, isn't it?
We'd show up, the stuff's ready, and he'd be pulling the pans out of the oven because he'd cook them all down. And we'd just everybody would come in and start cutting buns and cutting tomatoes. And the Roach Coaches stores and, I can't remember the name of that. Reenie's or something like that was the name of it up there, the grocery store. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. But
No, you guys got a bunch of stores that we don't have. I hear you guys talking about stores down there all the time. I've never heard of them.
Well, this was in Cleveland.
We probably got a bunch up here you don't know.
Other than Kroger, probably we both know about, but I don't even know if you got Kroger around you.
We got Kroger. That one I know. That one I've known for all my life.
The Reenie Rigo thing, that was in Cleveland.
Yeah, I don't remember that one at all.
But, I can't remember any of the other ones. But a lot of them would come in. If they had a deli in the store, they'd buy their sandwiches. That's before the stores would make their own. But anything left over, all of us that made them up, he'd let us go in if we wanted to make sandwiches or take them home or run home real quick to drop it off to our wife, girlfriend, whatever.
Well, heck yeah, that's one of the best things about being a cook is you can make your own whatever you want. Like Big Boy, man, I used to make some custom Slim Jims and stuff when I worked there, or even being a pizza cook, you could do whatever you wanted with that pizza.
I was like, oh, I didn't know they didn't want onions on that one. I guess oops.
More like I'd make a pie 3 inches thick, layered with, whatever, meat pie.
Yeah, I got to where it's like anywhere I've worked at like that is like, you don't have to, he goes, I'm not saying you're doing it, but you don't have to create screw ups. If you want a pizza, just make it.
Yeah, every place I ever cooked at, I cooked at bars and pizza joints and Big Boy and golf and country club. I cooked at a lot of places and they'd let me do whatever I wanted.
One of them screwed up one time. I can't remember if it was Domino's or if it was Johnny's down here, but they used crawfish and shrimp on some of their pizzas. And one of them was like, we got 2 cases of, I don't remember if it's crawfish or shrimp, but it was like, they're going to go bad in like 3 days. The dates of it, I don't know, they weren't necessarily bad. But he goes, if you guys want anything to eat, put them on there. I'm like, oh, you're telling me I can have all I want? I don't remember the shrimp or whatever on a pizza. I'm like, cool, that'll work. So bell pepper, onions, extra sauce, and then shrimp or crawfish, whatever it was, and it was awesome.
I'm a meat and cheese guy. I'd take the burger and I'd over fry it because I like it really well done and crumbly on my pizza, and then do the sausage, bacon, ham, every meat that they got,
I like
then
them
laid
too.
with all the cheeses. That's the kind of stuff I do with pizza.
I like them too, but I like everything also. I'll even eat anchovies on it.
Hey, the best recipe I ever invented, I did on my own, Chuck, is a venison morale pizza.
Sounds interesting. I'd eat it.
I know you'd eat it. I fry those mushrooms first in garlic, and then so there's not a bunch of oils on the pizza and stuff. And I use a bread, and instead of a normal pizza sauce, I use that tomato paste, and I add my own Italian seasons to it, and it makes it a thick bread with a rich sauce with ground venison cooked well and mozzarella cheese, and oh my god, it was good. It's good. I don't have any mushrooms right now, but when I do get some mushrooms, I'm gonna make one. Probably do a YouTube video on it.
Yeah, I remember
Excuse me.
they did it. They got some. They were big mushrooms. I can't remember if they bought them or picked them, but used deer hamburger to make the stuffing stuff that stuffed the mushrooms with. They were real garlicky, oniony, but they stuffed the mushroom caps with deer meat. This almost looked like meatloaf like stuff.
That sounds wonderful.
And then they cheese capped it. And I was like, yeah, that'll work. Cheese works on everything.
Those mushrooms are where I used to live up north. It's only like 12 miles from the mushroom capital of Michigan, and it there ever since the 70s when I was a kid. I remember pulling out into the woods with about 6 adults, and we would fill the back of a pickup truck with mushrooms. All paper bags, the old paper shopping bags. We'd fill those, and just you could fill the truck in a matter of less than a day. All right, it was a lot of mushrooms you could get. We're talking hundreds of pounds. Well, now it's such a thing. There's so many people that do it, Chuck, that you go driving at the right time about May 1st. You go driving through the northern Michigan, you'll see cars pulled over on the side of the road all over the place. People coming up to look for mushrooms because I've seen them offer as much as $285 a pound for your mushrooms at the Detroit restaurants.
Yeah, I guess they knew by what they are by looking at them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you want them fresh. There'd be rules to that purchase. They have to be clean, no roots, no,
Not buggy,
no
not
bugs. Yeah, you have to be right. But it's not hard to do. It's easy to get that kind of money for them if you go right to them.
I know a few people, and they say false morals are supposed to be poison, but I used to know a couple of guys that go out and get them. They preferred them over the actual moral.
I know the same kind of guys, and they grew up eating the hell of a species, and they, like you said, they'll prefer that over. I'd always save my false caps. I never ate them much. I've tried them, not to the point to where they bugged me, but why mess with it? I always find more of the real morels than I do the hell of us.
Yeah, I think it was something distinct about the taste that most people like about it. It's like it's an acquired flavor. But
well, that's how they fool people, is that they don't taste that much different. They don't look that much different. The only difference from a false morale and a true morale, which there's more than one kind of morale too, but the only difference between the two is a false morale is opened capped to the stem, meaning there's a cavity underneath the cap. A regular morale closes right to that stem. There's no cavity there.
you can see all the ribs in the false, and you can't in the other.
Yeah, there's not really ribs and stuff. The false morels are usually so deformed, no two are alike.
Yeah.
Are y'all talking about mushrooms?
Yeah.
Morels, yeah.
I don't know mushrooms. But I just know cream of mushroom soup has mushrooms. I don't know what kind they are or anything.
Well, I've got a lot of books on mushrooms and stuff, and I've studied them a long time. And there's thousands of kinds of mushrooms. There's only a couple of hundred that are edible, Bonnie. And if you don't really know mushrooms, don't mess with mushrooms because some of them will kill you just by touching them and rubbing them on your lips. All right. There's some seriously deadly mushrooms in the world. And there are mushrooms that look like edible mushrooms that are poison. And I mean, to the point where the only difference you can tell them apart is to shake them over a piece of white paper and see what color the spores are. So if you don't know your shit, don't be doing it.
Yeah.
I've read so much on mushrooms by one of the most bewildering part about it is like what Chuck was just saying about he knows people that eat the hell of us. So do I. There are mushrooms that one book will say, oh, this is toxic, you can't eat that. The next book will say some people eat it. The next book will say sought after in European countries, and it's the same damn mushroom. So you're telling me different things about so you gotta, it's not only, you can't even go by just the books. You need to know your shit about that stuff.
I don't know enough about them to do it like you're talking about. It kind of makes me think sometimes if I'll buy them at the store. What's them great big ones you get at the store? The flat ones, the people stuff and whatever.
No.
You get the other one. They're great big.
I know the name of them once I hear it, but I'm not pulling that up right now. I was just getting ready to tell you there's ones that like a destroying angel or a panther cap. These mushrooms are the mushrooms that they use to poison people. Right?
Right, those don't sound good.
No, those are deadly serious mushrooms, and they're fairly common. And once you know them, you know them. It's just like any of the shelf style mushrooms. Those are edible on a wide range. There's none that look like them that you could eat by accident to kill yourself. So once you know what a shelf mushroom, when to get them, because you got to get them when they're young and soft. They sit on the tree too long, they get really,
Yeah, portobello. Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, there you go.
You can take those, pull the center out of them. I used to take the center and I'd cook them separate. You take the center out and just put like garlic butter in the middle and cook it. If you cook them on an open fire grill, whatever, they taste like a camping steak.
Yeah, they call it a poor man's steak in Europe. For hundreds of years. People would eat those.
And now portobellos are so high, so you might as well buy steak if that's what you're after.
Isn't that the most common that you can get at the store? Is a portobello?
Portobello is the bigger brown ones, and some of them are huge. They might be 3 or 4 inches around. The other one's the button top, the little white one.
Those are the ones they stuff usually, right?
Yeah.
And the little white ones, what?
Those are button mushrooms, I think. Ain't they called the regular ones that everybody eats from the store?
There's a couple of them. I mean, the white ones, and then there's, I can't remember. I almost pulled the name up a second ago, and then I keep wandering off thinking about all the other mushrooms that
make you want to look high.
Well, that's another thing too about because you guys might not even get that many morels where you are, but once you know a morel mushroom, you'd be confident enough to pick and eat them. You would. You know that mushroom,
I've seen them before, but I also knew that there's one that looks the same and it'll make you sick, so I never messed with them.
There's black morels and white morels and yellow morels, and they grow in different areas. So there is such a wide mythological thing about these mushrooms, about people, oh, well, they only grow under a dead elm tree. No, I found them under live pine trees. It's like there's a bunch of false rumors about hunting mushrooms, Chuck. A lot of them.
I think they're everywhere.
This kind of only on the east side of a tree or whatever, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, none of that counts. It really don't.
Sorry, Bonnie.
That's okay. Have you ever heard of Loin's Mane that Willie D's talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, I've heard of them, but I've seen them as a kid. When I was a Cub Scout, the wife, she taught the Cub Scouts or ran the Cub Scout thing, and the husband, he did Boy Scouts. And one time he took us out, and they loaded a school van thing up with all of us kids, and he had two of the way up Boy Scouts, the older ones, with us, and we went out in the woods, and they showed us all the mushrooms, and a bunch of them picked it. Parents had to sign a waiver, though, to let us kids eat them. They ended up making a fire and cooking mushrooms out there, and all the kids that wanted mushrooms would eat them. There's no telling what kind we ate, but I think Morel was one of them. That was up in Ohio. I think they grow up there. So.
I've got, like I said, a few books on mushrooms, but the best, most accurate book you can get is the Audubon book on mushrooms. And I'll say the same thing about the trees and flowering plants too. No matter what books you get on edible and medicinal plants or mushrooming, get the Audubon book too. Get that for identification and regional information.
That was terrible. I'm finally done.
I'm sure it was. Just horrible.
It's terrible. I'm full now. Like,
Got your fat pants on?
yeah, I'm wearing my. Vicky got mad. She's still mad about it. About 6 months ago, I thought they were jogging pants, and I ordered them. They're kind of like jogging pants, but about as thick as damn tighty whities. They're not very thick.
Oh yeah, those are no good. Those would be okay for summer here, but the temperature has dropped. I suspect permanently here for the winter.
Yeah, you snowball fight.
Goodness.
I'll be building if I wanted to do it last year, but there wasn't enough snow. I always build a big snow fort. Instead of just putting all the snow that you shovel out of the driveway and walks all over the place, I put it all in one place, and I do it every year. It's more work to do it because I shovel by hand. But if I put all the snow in one pile that I shovel, then I can sculpt it into a fort or a cave or something. And it's the last snow standing when spring comes. I have the last of snow every time.
Wow. I have heard, I don't know, but that it's actually warm inside of there. Warmer.
Oh, much. I keep teaching kids this because you can take and build one of those snow caves and just take a couple candles in there with you. Sit in there in the middle of the night when it's below zero, 30 below out, wind's blowing. You get inside that thing and light a candle, and it's like 40 degrees warmer in there. It'll be above freezing in some cases, so a snow fort is a survival thing for sure. It'll save your ass.
I think I told you about the one I built when I was a kid, didn't I? Mean, this other boy, I built most of it. And he's like, the guy next door down there is throwing away these boxes, and he said they look like cork or something. I went down and looked, ended up being them weird ceiling panels like they put in schools and stuff, the false ceiling. So I ended up getting a bunch of damn screws, and what we did is we built a fort out of a frame out of 2x4s, and it was 4 or 5 feet tall.
And then cover it with snow.
Then we put the 2x4 we had some plywood we put on the outside. On the inside, we put that ceiling acoustic stuff, which is insulated. And then he went to his house. He found a thing of that clear plastic, that heavy stuff his dad had, and stole it, brought it out there, and we stretched it over the top and cut all off what we needed. And he took the roll back and ended up getting caught. And he come back, and his dad followed his footprints, He seen what we had. And he was cool with it. And he's like, "You
One
boys are
snow
cold."
fort.
He goes, "You boys are going to get cold in there." And then like, "You need something to put in there." He goes, "Come here." And he gave us a rug. He gave us a piece of fire or a wooden stove, that pipe. One section was the big double, triple insulated. And then he gave us a little short piece and an elbow. He goes, "Rig you up a thing to hold this on the outside and use that elbow. Y'all can burn twigs and sticks inside there." And he goes, "It won't take much to keep it warm since you guys got it insulated." So we had a rug on the bottom of that, and we got all the snow out of the way when we put the rug in. He goes, "You better put something on top of the plastic." And so we ended up, all the snow we could gather, we put on it. Next night, and then we went home that night, went back the next day, and we had to work to get it open because it snowed like 2 foot that night. But that fire thing worked. You wouldn't have to start much. You burn a handful of leaves in there, and it would warm it up.
This one snow fort that stands out to me as a kid that me and another kid made. It was, the snow had drifted off the side of this deep, big hill. It was a tobogganing hill usually, but the snow was so deep and soft that what we did is we tunneled. We made a big cavern and then we tunneled it out. But we took the garden hose and sprayed it all down, and we had like a 30-foot tunnel that if you went into that tunnel, it was like an ice tube. You went 30 foot down a hill faster than fast. I mean, I remember it beating you up. You know, we had to make it smoother in places because the bumps would hurt you.
Yeah, you bounce up, hit the roof, and start rolling.
Oh, you know, ice is hard. You know, it'll hurt you at speeds.
They had this place up there that they had a walkway with ropes to come back, the place where you ride a sled down, and it was pretty steep, and it went out about half to 3/4 of a mile. And I got out there and I tried it first. I never rode a tube down, nothing like that. And this one guy had a tube, and I tried it. I didn't make it 30 feet, and that thing hit a bump, flung me out of it, and I ended up landing sideways. And I went the whole way. I couldn't stop myself because it was so packed down and almost like ice. So I went down the whole thing sideways, rolling, flipping front to back, and finally I got off of it. And to make it a rude point out of it, and when I got to the bottom, then the tube slowly runs over and bumps into me like, "Ha ha, I got here too." I didn't ride it anymore. I stick to that little round disc I had.
When I was 7, I went sledding with some kids, and we had those metal runner sleds with the points on the front.
Yeah.
And I went down the hill, and I crashed, and I remember just rolling and sitting up against a tree just in time to see my buddy's sled runner hit me right in the face. And that point of that metal runner sled went through my lower lip and then through the gum. So I remember getting stitches in 4 layers through my mouth as a kid. But he hit me, and I remember them dragging me out of that because it was down below by a swamp. And I remember all the snow was just red, man. I was bleeding like a sieve.
Ugh. Remember that?
There was actually
Vacation?
3. Oh, sorry, Chuck.
You remember the movie Christmas Vacation with Chevy Chase?
Parts of it.
You remember
And
that?
isn't there more
that
than one?
round little sled thing, that metal circle that he sat on, looked like a trash can lid. I forget what they call it. It was like a little round dome. It's almost like you're riding a pot lid down the hill.
It was a saucer. I know what you're talking about.
Dad in the early 70s worked somewhere, and a lot of stuff like that he would haul through the season, and then he ended up getting sleds. And he asked me which one I'd rather have if he got a choice. Do I want one of the ones like you're talking about that ripped your mouth open, or they had these red big them disc saucer things, and it was aluminum, but it was painted bright ass red. And I wanted one of them, and I ended up getting that. I love that thing, especially you put a little wax on it or WD-40 or something.
Back in the 60s, when I was real young, my sisters, who were older than me, they went sledding with like 8 or 10 people, and they had a couple of toboggans, so big toboggans that held 6 or 8 people apiece.
Yeah.
And they were tobogganing on a road where the hill would go down both ways. And they had a collision that killed 3 of the guys on one of them toboggans. I mean, out of like 8 people that were in the accident, 3 of them died. 2 of them were severely injured. My sister was screwed up. You know, that it was catastrophic. No, they hit each other coming down opposing hills.
Ooh. Might as well have been a car, huh?
You know, those things were wood and they splintered when it was. Those things are dangerous.
Yeah, like falling into punji sticks coming together.
Well, it was something like, it's not just your weight. It's the weight of 4 to 6 people or something that you're pushing. That kind of impact is different. I guess what it was is the wooded toboggans all splintered and got everybody.
I had one of the metal ones, but I never took it anywhere, the toboggan, because it was so damn heavy and I was small. I didn't want to drag it way off to go ride down a hill. Like you're talking about, there's probably 4 or 5 people toboggan, if not bigger, and it was too damn big for a 10-year-old to be dragging up somewhere.
Oh, yeah. We used to take them to the ski resorts. That was a real ride.
What they call it when we hang on the bumper and we slide through the parking lots in the ice?
Parking lots, heck, man, I went 1.5 miles in the mornings hanging onto the back bumper of a school bus till I got ratted out.
Yeah, I quit doing it. I didn't win the bad thing, but I was holding it and hit I don't know if it was ice or a rock or what it was, but it bounced me up and I started sliding and let go, and I should have hung on.
Dude, you just took me back because I watched my friends bite it. Man, they'd hit the potholes and they'd be gone, rolling into the ditch. That was good times back then.
We were fixing to go sledding, a bunch of us, and we were probably 11 or 12 years old. And I seen something out of the corner of my eye. I've always had this weird thing about seeing something and going looking what it is. And it ended up, I thought it was $1. So I reached down there and grabbed it, and it had a 5 and then a 20 and 100 in it. And us kids were broke. We were trying to figure something to do. And I went and told Mom about it. And she goes, "You see any people out there looking around?" I said, "No, wasn't nothing out there. Wasn't even no beer cans or nothing in that ditch, but it was snowed over." She goes, "Well, that money could have blew over from 1/2 mile away from one of the stores or something." So she goes, "What do you want to do with it?" I said, "Well, there's 3 of us and we got $30-some a piece. Can we go watch a movie?" She goes, "You guys go find out from each one's parents." We went and talked to all them parents. We had a blast for $30. So this is probably
$30 was a lot of money in the 70s for a kid.
Yep. We went and watched movies.
No, I was standing. You just reminded me of one. It's not near as much money, but it was just really weird. I'm out standing. This part of this gravel pit was barren, right? It was flat. It was barren. We're talking 1,000 yards to any tree. In the middle of nothing, just gravel, right? And I'm standing there at night, and I think I stopped to light a cigarette. And normally if like a leaf or something would blow up next to me, I wouldn't pay attention to it. But something blew right up next to me, right up next to my foot, and I looked down, and it was a $20 bill that must have been blowing around in the gravel for a long time because it was almost white. I mean, it was beat up. It was still spendable. But what's the chances of me being there in that one spot in the middle of the night just to stop that $20 bill from blowing across the gravel pit?
Kind of like us walking in the snow, and surprisingly, it was only a 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch sticking out. I just caught the corner of my eye and seen something. But I've found rings and other different things, found sets out of rings. I see something twinkle on the ground. I stop and look. And Vicky's like,
I'm a scavenger too, Chuck, and I find something everywhere I go, whether it be of value or not. Like, the last time I walked uptown, I found a carbiner on the side of the road. Nothing wrong with it. Perfectly good $4 carbiner.
yeah,
But I, and I found things like that. I went into, I don't know why I got the gumption to go into an abandoned, I already went into this place. It was a big auditorium from the 1800s, had a stage, and it was like a gymnasium, and had all the basketball hoops, all this stuff, but it was decrepit. And something told me to go into this big ductwork that I'd found. And I found a slide open door on the side. I'm talking 3 by maybe 4 foot wide ductwork. I could almost, you could crouch down and walk in this ductwork. Well, you couldn't, but I could. Anyways, I walked all the way through this ductwork until I get on the side. I knew I was close to the stage, and you could see up, and it was the like big vents on each side of the stage on the facing wall. And at the bottom of this ductwork is where every kid who took something to be a smartass and tossed it through this grate. All right. So I found socks and jock straps and combs, and it was a pile of stuff dating all the way back to the 20s. All right. And I took a stick and I'm kind of like poking through the stuff. And under a couple socks was a brand new 1921 Susan B. Anthony silver dollar.
huh.
And I mean, mint condition. That some kid had tossed through that vent. So I started digging around in that thing. I found jackknife. I found a small bucket worth of shit in those vents.
Huh.
Nobody ever looked. Nobody had ever looked in there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I found a ring one time. It's probably 5-6 years ago. Taking my mom to the doctor, and I found it. I went inside and asked around if anybody said they'd lost anything. She goes, "Why? What'd you find?" I said, "Well, I'm not telling you what I found. I just asked if anybody said they lost anything in the doctor's office." She said no. Ended up, it was a ring that you slid down inside of this. The ring slid in as 2 pieces that were made to one, and the bottom, the ring fit in it. And I forget what you call it. Anyway, I took it to see if it was real to a jeweler my mom knew. And he went and checked it out, come back. He goes, "Yeah, it's real, and I'll give you $800 for it right now." And I'm like, "Hand it over."
Yeah. That's how I had my wedding ring made. To where
What do
That's
they
a
call
good
it?
find
Is that
to you, girl.
King Ford or something?
I can't remember what it's called, but I had used my engagement ring and then I had a plain gold band, and so all the jeweler had to do was make the loop that would go around the engagement ring so they connected together. My best friend's husband was a jeweler, so he did it. That was my wedding present.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody ought to be careful if they see dollar bills on the ground. I hear they're putting fentanyl on
Yep.
stuff so
Yes.
people will pick it up.
That you don't know if somebody uses it to sniff something up, or that's a bad thing.
Man.
Store money.
You want to hear how messed up people are, Chuck? You'll love this story, and it's real. You can look it up on the internet because it was in the news. And it's from Port Huron, Michigan, over by where Robert lives, Z-Man.
Mhm.
This guy got busted, and I mean, it made the newspaper. He had been sticking pennies up his ass for decades, and then passing them out to the public.
Oh my God. Why? Why are
I'm waiting for that to settle in. I'm waiting for, yep, exactly. Go on, more. There's more. Let it sit. Let it sink in for a minute. Because he did this with thousands of pennies that circulated into the masses.
And people stick the money in their mouth, or kids.
Is that
Uh,
not some twisted shit though?
Yeah.
it's totally psychotic.
It
Why
was
are there
just like
so
five,
many?
6 years ago. They caught somebody peeing over the vegetables and fruits in a grocery store
Oh my
here
goodness.
in Michigan, and there were several people doing it.
Here's a video at WalmartPeople.com of some lady dropping trow and because she had diarrhea and they couldn't make it. She blasted all in the lettuce and stuff in the stove.
Oh,
Stuck her ass right in the damn lower bottom shelf and let loose.
There's
And it
some
was
six.
in a Walmart.
There's yeah, yeah.
I'm telling you, it makes you want to not leave your house ever again. Just throw everything you can. Blech.
It makes me not want to eat nothing I don't pick or kill myself. That's what it makes
Yeah.
me want.
Ugh. So if there's that many psychotic people running around doing this in stores, imagine in the restaurants where you're buying the takeout
I
food.
know. Wasn't this your channel we were talking about it? I worked at those
Yes,
restaurants. That's why I
yes,
don't go to those restaurants.
me either.
I knew a guy that worked for Campbell Soup. I can't remember if it was here in Louisiana or if it was up in Ohio. But he said they had a guy there that got fired. He come in drunk and he ended up one of them giant vats they were making vegetable soup in. He went to get sick and he leaned over in that inspection hole door thing, whatever.
Oh,
Puked in that vat of soup. They fired him, but told everybody it's safe because it's going to be boiled. It'll get sterile.
ugh,
Yeah,
ugh.
yeah. See, that's
Okay,
what's wrong
this,
with management.
no.
I told Vicky about it 'cause she used to love soup from different places. She'll do it now, but it took her forever to where she'd eat canned soup from anywhere.
Okay, I
Well,
chose this title to
I know
have hope in humanity. To hear the
a lot. See, a lot of people don't know like chili. All right, you go to a restaurant and you see the special says chili. What that means is they took all the leftovers that they had from the week and used it to make another dish. And that happens a lot in restaurants, right? They do that a lot.
That's like Wendy's, all their chili, they make a bunch of hamburgers up, and it gets to a certain timer point where they can't serve them on hamburgers, and they throw them in the thing in the cooler, and they chop them up to make the chili, which isn't
Yeah.
nasty, but it's just. I'm just wondering how long they sit, or if they do it as like if it's got a 15-minute timer that the hamburgers be used, or if it's an all-day thing, or
And didn't Wendy's used to be 100% guaranteed beef?
yep,
Is it still that way?
supposedly. I know what a burger
I,
is, or
I heard
was.
one of them. I can't remember if it was
Because that's the
Arby's
only
or
reason I
Wendy's.
was okay with paying a little more at Wendy's back in the day.
Well, one of those, y'all were talking about that pink slime.
Yeah,
One of those is one of the workers told me that that's what they use. And that was years ago.
at
Yeah.
Wendy's.
I can't remember which one, if it was Wendy's or Arby's, because I've never been to either one of those. The only
Well,
place I
that's
ever
what I'm
had a
wondering because
burger
those
was,
policies never stay the same. It's like, remember when I think it was both Walmart and Myers did this buy USA made thing, and they were
yes.
like, and where'd that go?
Ours still says USDA grade beef.
No, I'm talking about the products altogether. They were saying, buy American. So
Yes.
they were intentionally providing customers with American made products instead of all the China stuff. I remember that there was a campaign that they were pushing back like maybe 15 years ago.
Yeah.
just what I was saying is those they don't last. Just because they say it this year doesn't mean they're going to continue on with it.
But those people that y'all are talking about, those are the ones we need to worry about.
Yep.
Well, every day, but when things get really bad, imagine what they're capable of.
I know it is getting bad. It's getting worse. Therefore, my trust in these things is waning. You know, like I said 2 years ago, watch the water sources. When they said watch the water, all I could think of was how much fentanyl it would take to kill a city if you put it in the water system. That's the kind of thinking I've had. You know,
Yes.
sabotaging some kind of mass murder event.
If you can imagine it, it probably happens.
Well, in World War II and other wars, I mean, in any wars, they protected their water sources. They knew the enemy would poison it.
Yep. And there's nothing you can do with a situation like that, is there?
Well, yeah, you can vigilance. You can have security. You can have that type. You can test it. You can do things, but
No,
how
but
do
I
you
mean,
know that?
once it's contaminated with it, there's no
Well,
way
once
to
it's
filter that out, or
no, in some cases there isn't. It's like 1 gallon of gasoline, for instance, will destroy 10,000 gallons of groundwater. Destroyed permanently.
Did you see what Anna put up there?
Mm.
About the tartar sauce?
yep.
Oh God, I do remember something like that. You know, and that's why I don't go to places like that. Because I can't afford to murder somebody for feeding me something like that.
Yeah, I've seen a Domino's pizza in the late 80s hocking up loogies on people's pizzas or getting stuff out of the garbage and putting on top of it, or take the dough and they'd rub it around the toilet ring and then pick the hairs off and then make their pizza out of
Oh
it.
my goodness.
And that was a damn store manager because the people were asses to him. So I said, I never want you to make any food for me. I don't see how you're a manager. You're a moron. Well, I'll fire you for it. And I said, well, when you come outside, I'm going to beat your ass for firing me because you're a piece of shit.
Mm-mm.
Guy's name was Alan Carter. Or no. Yeah. Andrew Carter. Like Domino's glory boy because such big sales and piece of shit.
Yeah, Cindy, that was a rather vague statement, isn't it?
I told him one time, I said, that's messed up. I said, somebody could serve shit like that to your mom and dad, your sister, your wife. If they don't know about it, it won't hurt them. I'm like, whatever, you're just a jack off.
We grow up
It's
because
just it,
that
Chuck.
weaken us.
That's just it, Chuck. I did know it was hurting me. That's why I quit fast food in the '90s. I'd be at work and I'd get some kind of a burger meal or something and eat it for lunch, and I would lose all my energy and feel like crap for the rest of the day. And when I realized it was the fast food I was eating, I started bringing lunches from home and never had that trouble again.
Is garbage or bad or whatever.
It didn't give me it wasn't fueling me right for the rest of the day, so I'd feel sluggish. It wasn't real fuel.
Yeah. I always tried to make my kids carry a lunch. Okay, now that we've ruined the world,
Well,
maybe we should
there
shut
certainly
down
ain't
now.
no. There's it's not. It's like anti-food time.
Who wants to order takeout?
I'm sitting here eating French bread pizza right now. It didn't bother me.
Yeah, too many nasty ones. What's sad about it is to say something to them about their kids or their parents or their siblings or their anything like that, and it doesn't bother them. It's like, okay, you're just thrown off.
Yeah.
They should, that's considered poisoning.
Well, Anna Marie said that when we went to jail. It's like,
Sad is them people that do stuff like that. Nobody matters to them, but as soon as they get caught, they're like all about poor me. I done, yeah, whatever. You deserve no pity.
yeah,
It's like the child molesters. Once they do it, they get caught and all that. And they turn around and try to say, okay, well, it happened to me when I was younger, so that's why I did it. Like, it seemed to me more like it pissed you off the fact that people did that kind of shit and you wouldn't do it.
yeah.
I guess I just don't have that twisted mentality or something.
Well, and that's okay. Look how many people we talk to a day in here. Really don't think any of them have that mentality. Well, unless they're hiding it well. I don't
Yeah.
know. I can't imagine that there's that many out there, but apparently there is.
Yeah, T-Girl, I saved his name. I subbed him. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, something. Yeah, it's scary to watch. When she said he's got a death wish, no doubt. And
I didn't get a notice for anything that she's done lately.
do what?
I didn't see it. I have to go back and find it. I know I'm subbed to her, but I haven't been getting notices for any videos she's been doing.
It was her nephew or
Yeah, she put her nephews. Oh my goodness, John Dunning.
Well, you know,
Just
as
keeps getting
sick as it is, wouldn't you rather know about it than keep keep it out of the?
yes. I mean yes, but okay. I will try to
Good to
get
see you, John.
I will try to get my children to watch this video and get that link right there and watch the comments because they just they keep getting takeout and they don't think nothing of it. Tonight, when they were all here, I sat there and listened to them for 2 hours. The granddaughter's boyfriend offered to take them all out to eat. 2 hours they sat there, I guess, trying to decide where to go until everything was closed. And then they all cleared out. I don't hear any of them anymore. I don't know where they went. The closest place 24-hour is about 50 miles from here. Hopefully they're not going to the big city, but and these are the things I want them to know though. That's I love to cook and I always cook and I would cook and then they would eat or well my daughter always ate it. She was she would always thank me. She was so appreciative of everything. My granddaughter, it had to look a certain way or she wouldn't eat it at all. And my other daughter, she was pretty picky too. And so then put the leftovers, and only one of them would eat leftovers. Something about leftovers, the other two wouldn't even touch. And I was like, I'm tired of throwing away food. Okay, this cook quit. And I quit cooking. And they would rather go down to the quickie store, whatever you call them, and get a hard, who knows how long it's been there, corn dog or something. But I just don't get it.
I've seen 7-Eleven hot dogs that look like they were a month old.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna surely see.
I'm looking at that list he just sent.
You're looking at it.
Yeah. Almost all that stuff I don't fool with. Except for Frito-Lay. Pepsi, I don't drink none of that used to.
Ooh, pop, yes.
All the Frito-Lay stuff.
Really.
What?
All the Frito-Lay stuff's on that list that he put out there.
And I just said that the Fritos corn chips are the
I
healthiest.
just bought a bag of Fritos. I ain't eating them if that's true. 'Cause I believe it.
More than
You
Fetal
know,
said.
Is
I
it
gotta tell you
listed?
guys something. Have you ever noticed that bugs and wildlife doesn't eat some of that stuff?
Yes.
Remember what I said about the Campbell soup thing? Oh, it gets sterilized. There's Campbell soups on that list. Oscar Mayer meats, Kraft ketchup, mayonnaise, A1, Miracle Whip. Oh my God. I just ate that earlier.
This shit's infuriating, man.
A1?
This is in,
Did you say A1?
Yep. I like that stuff too.
hey Chuck, I can't pick nothing up in chat. Can you send me that link you're looking at, please?
Yeah.
And I'll check what you sent me, sweet tea, when I get off of here. I can't look at nothing else when I'm on this. Now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna send it straight to the kids. Look at this list.
I'm serious, man. I'm boycotting all this garbage. If I'm down to
Yeah.
water and crackers, I'll do it.
And I'm not easy to nauseate. I'm not nauseated, but I feel like I got fish swimming in my stomach.
Well, the stuff isn't natural, Chuck. It's going to make us feel like garbage. It's going to mess with your system. It's going to weaken us. It's not good. They're screwing with us in ways that should be crimes against humanity.
Nabisco products, Pepperidge Farm, Oreo, Chips Ahoy, Ritz,
I
premium.
already boycotted Nabisco. I heard stuff about them.
Coffee. The nerd of it.
been doing my best to buy all local stuff, local made stuff I know about.
Gerber baby food. Isn't that
Really,
ironic?
that's some fucking evil shit. That's
Yes, it
enough.
is. Like
Hot
John said, the devil wants us to eat our own.
Hot Pockets, Lean Cuisine, and Stouffer's.
Mm-mm.
You know, it's been years since that stuff tasted good to me, Chuck. All those brand names and stuff that you're talking about.
Probably all that stuff changed when it's all gotten different. It's probably what they're putting in it.
It makes me wonder.
Jello gelatin,
Yeah, I know about what you know.
Crisco, Toblerone, Tang,
Let's go.
Rolled Gold pretzels, Cracker Jack, Dole stuff, Goldfish crackers, SpaghettiOs.
SpaghettiOs. I can't touch those. I got sick as a kid. I drank a bunch of beer, went home and ate a can of SpaghettiOs and puked it. And now that's what I taste. I taste that day anytime I try to eat it.
Cracker Barrel stuff,
Hey, Rabbits, what's up?
Kool-Aid, Kraft, Nilla, Nutter Butters. I used to love them things. Now I don't.
Yeah, because they taste different to you?
Uh,
Maybe because they taste different to you?
yeah, it tastes different. Yeah, the thought now. Velveeta.
See, none of that stuff, man, that I used to like when I was younger. I don't like any of it now. What's up with that? It makes me really wonder, Chuck.
The flavor. We don't like eating dead things. Or
Remember when King Dongs, I think they called them, and they came in foil in a box, and you'd
yeah,
have to
the
unwrap.
ho-hos and ding dongs.
They were like a hockey puck, with
Yeah,
chocolate on the outside.
yeah, and they had the
Those,
ho-ho when it was long and rolled up.
I can remember those in the 70s were scrumptious. All right, I'd eat those. I can't touch them now. I mean, they are nasty. They've been nasty to me since like the late 80s or something. I haven't been able to eat those.
When they took them
Something
out of the
changed.
foil, they changed something, and it's like the waxy Play-Doh.
Oh, there's just something about them that's just not good. It's like even an aftertaste or something.
Hey, Rabbit.
Why they got to mess with it?
Quaker oatmeal stuff.
Really?
Yep. Aunt Jemima mixes and syrups.
No.
Rice-A-Roni, Foster-Roni.
Oh, Lily, that's what I think we got on this discussion. Is I was in the store today and started looking at ingredients and how many of them said they were made with bioengineered foods. I mean, a
Okay.
lot of stuff that I know didn't say that before.
Is okay. Is there anything in there like spices or extracts?
I don't think I've seen
Good to see
any.
you, Kino.
Okay, good. So I can still make my own maple syrup,
I got 75-year-old maple syrup that I
but
know
I
I could use.
sure don't know how to make A1. Darn it.
There's a recipe on it if you look online.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Butterfinger, Baby Ruth, Kit Kat, Smarties, Swedish Fish,
Yeah.
Wonka,
Devil dog eats those.
Wonka, Nestle, and Cadbury products.
Devil dog eats those Swedish fish.
Yep.
Yep. Y'all try to buy the honey from your area.
Yeah, I do. I buy it locally because it's supposed to be good for to keep away from
Allergies.
allergies.
Yes.
Jello and all that kind of stuff. A lot of that I'm talking about, that's made out of collagen. Now it just makes you think, where did that collagen come from?
Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, Rabbit.
Oh, Cindy. That's right.
Makes you think about it. A lot of that stuff. Maybe that's why it's all like anymore, because they started putting all that shit in it.
That's what I'm saying, Chuck. Is there's that list of stuff, candy bars, for instance? I used to eat those when I was young. They were good. I don't like any of those. That whole list of things you just said, I don't eat those no more. Haven't in decades.
Hello,
Hi
Mama.
guys. Hi Bonnie.
How are
Hey,
you?
T,
Good. How are you?
Getting kind
Who
of
we got?
tired.
Who's here?
Mama T.
What's up, Mama D?
Not much. I was gonna come on earlier, Bonnie, but I wasn't feeling real well, so I kicked back and took a nap. And then I seen you were still on, so I thought I'd pop in and say hello.
Thank you.
just
You
reading
feeling
over
better
things
now?
why it's a good idea to be on a diet.
What? You call me fat, Chuck?
No, I'm talking about meat lists and stuff somebody put up there because they have fetal cells in it, and it's oh god, it's a lot of
I
stuff.
know.
Is that your husband in the background laughing?
Yes. He's a smarty butt. But no, I seen that list, Chuck. I was just reading that off to my grandson and my husband, and my grandson told me I was lost my mind. He says, "You's crazy, Mama."
Yeah, me and Carl and Bonnie were talking about. You remember how a lot of that stuff used to taste good when we were young?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
used to.
I've
But it
actually
don't
bought a product, Chuck, that I haven't seen in years ago. Oh, yeah, I remember these, man. I used to love these. I'd buy the product, take one bite, and go, I don't like these anymore.
don't
Oops.
It gets you to really set in your ways. I don't venture off to get stuff that I haven't had or I haven't already tried. But once I find a brand of something that I like and trust, I stick with it. I don't I don't experiment too much. Not anymore.
Mm.
Pretty bland palate, I guess.
You dropped him mid sentence. And no, she didn't call Chuck fat. Oh, y'all can explain it.
You could just like call him Lurch or something. He's like 7 foot tall.
too.
Chuck,
Chuck. He wouldn't even fit in normal cars. He's
Chuck
one of those guys
7 foot.
you gotta have a sunroof.
I'm
he's
6'7".
6'7". Close enough.
Oh wow, my husband's 6'4".
I'm only 6'1". All these guys are like monster Sasquatch.
I think I'm 5'3" now. I'm sure
Oh
I
wow, really? I thought you were way taller than that for some reason, Bonnie.
really. No.
Yeah, I don't know why. I guess I don't even know what would have made me think that otherwise, but for some reason I thought you would be a tall gal, 5'10" or more.
I just act tough and tall.
Bonnie, I'd have to look up to you, darn it.
Yeah, you say you're like 4'10". My wife's 5'1". There's a foot and a half difference between me and her, like you. There's a foot and a half difference between you and your husband.
All the
Yep.
other women around me are taller, except for my two youngest daughters are 5'3" like me. But my granddaughter, she's probably about 5'7", 5'8". and my oldest daughter is 5'6".
Tennessee.
I'm gonna live amongst giants.
Yeah,
But
Well,
Vicky's
it's good to have in your foxhole. The way I figure it is these are good to have as allies. You want the giants on our side.
Eh,
yes,
I
as tall as I am,
guess.
as tall as I am, and short as Vicky is. My daughter, which is the oldest, she's like 5'11" and a half. Then my oldest boy, he's 6'4", 6'5". My youngest or middle boy, he's like 6'6". He might be as tall as me now. 'Cause it looks like I'm staring him in the eye when he walks in. And then my youngest son is 16, and he's probably 6'8" or 5'8". He used to
Are
want to
any
be
of them going to be
tall.
taller than you?
I don't know. He's 16 unless he hits a growth spurt, which I hit one at when I got in ninth grade. He's in 10, so
and this is what I told the girls. I said, okay, if things don't work out like we're trying to get them to, we're moving to East Texas. And they're like, why? And I said, because that's where all the men are. We're moving to East Texas, the big men.
the big targets.
Bonnie, Bonnie,
What?
everything's big in Texas.
Well, they're not so big around me. I mean, we have some that are tall, but
Especially the malarkey.
and the ranchers around here are very private. They they stick to themselves. They take care of themselves, and uh, like you have to marry into the family or something to be able to have that connection.
Yeah, I don't
Ew.
figure that out until it comes time. Support your local ranchers. Buy this from there. And like shit,
Yeah.
the some that work that own it or work there or whatever, they don't give you a time of day, but you're supposed to support them.
Well, I do because I want the real deal meat.
Yeah, the local.
Yep.
Amen.
Well, I can get it for $5 a pound still.
Yep.
I support my local dairy farm right up the road.
That I'm missing. I used to be able to buy eggs every day if I wanted them for $1 a dozen. Boy, do I miss those days.
What is it, Carl?
I used to be able to buy farm fresh eggs for $1 a dozen, a mile down the road. For years, I could do that, and now I don't have it, and I miss it.
They still got them around here. You get them
Too
like two
bad you
fifty.
don't live closer.
Well,
Ridge
they ain't
Runner, I
going
think
for
you need
$1 a dozen no more. They got to be at least a couple bucks a dozen by now.
That's everywhere though.
No,
That's
I
fucking,
sell mine. I sell
yeah,
mine $2.50 a dozen.
Yeah, I'd buy them. Yeah, I would.
Ridge Runner, I think you need to come up and prove it.
yeah, come on up, Ridge Runner. I want to tell you, when you get up here, I'll tell you, you sure got a pretty
Run.
mouth. You sure have a pretty
You
mouth
gotta
for a man.
run. Oh my.
Yeah, standing too close to the oven again.
I've never seen
Yes,
Tennessee on a
Camo,
pound.
there's nothing better than a fresh egg. They don't leave the bad aftertaste like the ones you get at the store, and they're real sweet.
I don't even buy them at the store. I don't eat eggs because I don't have a hookup. For the last year, I haven't
They
had a
sit on the
hookup or
shelf.
anything local.
See, and
They
that's what I'm
sit on
thinking.
a shelf for a while.
I think I need to try fresh and see what happens because I'm allergic to Willie D. I
Bonnie,
love
That's
what?
so true, though. I mean, there's
there's
some people that's got a whole paragraph with their ID. I
There's
hear
nothing
Chuck
better than
shortened his.
fresh eggs.
Well, I know that. I mean, I remember.
Well, I don't know, because the fresh backstrap is pretty good too, but eggs are great.
Well, yes. There's no doubt about that.
Always the first time, Ridge Runner.
Pretty foot for kicking
I just
butt.
I just
I
know when you
always
buy them
liked
from the
Tennessee.
store, they've
Yeah,
been
I don't
there a
get them from the
while.
store. I don't like them at all. I can
Nope.
taste the difference. I know the difference. Tennessee, I always liked his name, Tennessee Ridge Runner, because the thought of running the ridges. All right, if you were a deer hunter or something, you get a couple people out there. You got one that goes down low, and you got one that goes up on the ridge. But it's like to
Yep.
me, it's always been like a tracker's tactic is to run the mid ridge where you don't silhouette yourself, but you also don't have yourself down so low that you can be looked down on.
Yeah,
Maybe I
my daddy's from Piney Woods and Piney Ridge. It's in Piney Woods over south of Nashville. Everybody call him a hillbilly. He said, I ain't a hillbilly. I'm a ridge runner.
So it's a common nickname for Tennesseans.
Oh, and that's just wrong because he knows I'm not on during the weekends, so he's going to get on a panel this weekend,
He said we suck.
Well, he's pretty clever.
and he's going to make me cry.
Wow,
What a
this
traitor.
it's a guilt tactic. I've had this used on me before. Poor Bonnie on her panel by herself. Somebody go up there and keep her company.
And you
It
always
I
worked
came
too.
up, Bonnie. I
rescue.
seen ya.
Well,
I
and
said
usually
Bonnie needed rescue.
at the beginning now, I start alone just to get out the topic, the message, the whatever it is that night. And then I think that we're going to go into a discussion about it when I start letting people up on panel, but it doesn't always go that way.
And then we start
No.
talking about whatever, and then end up in food.
And then how rotten the damn food is, and we're all going to die.
Eventually.
Now the
Hey,
food tonight is stuff we don't want to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
that's
night.
sad. I like Doritos. I like Fritos.
well, it
More.
was somebody, I don't remember, but it was weeks and weeks ago. Somebody made a comment in a chat, said something about the bioengineered food. And I'm
Hmm.
like, oh, and it just stuck in my head. And today, when I was looking around the store, I'm telling you, man, it was shocking how many foods say that now that I know didn't say it before.
Yeah, now it's genetically modified. Whose genetics is it?
Right.
They say they got to brag to you about what they do, so that kind of makes sense and fits right in it.
They do seem to tell you outright. It's like when the Joker said that we have the most comprehensive voter fraud department ever assembled, and then they play it off. Oh well, he missed. He didn't say it right, but he said it.
I saw when he said it live, and Vicky's like, "What the hell did that dumbass just say? Did he say what I think he said?" And I'm like, "Yeah, if it was, we thought we'll hear it later." And then next thing you know, they got recordings everywhere on it.
Yeah, they do tell us what they're going to do every time, and it sounds all crazy when they say it because it could be years before we see it. Like, oh well, that'll never happen.
It's like, yeah, I just stole your wallet. What you going to do about it?
Yeah, son of a gun. They are tracking my phone. You know what I mean? Remember when people were all concerned about that?
Yep.
The Patriot Act and all of the stuff. Oh,
Well, now we
no,
know
no, you're a conspiracy theorist because you believe that.
You remember in the 70s, everybody worried about wiretaps?
Yeah.
And now people say, hey, Alexa wants to just say, hey, wiretap, or hey, Google, or no, it's hey, wiretap.
This is how far it's come. I remember a guy in Detroit that exclusively made eavesdropping devices for private detectives and stuff. And what he had, this is the 70s and the 80s, and he was well known for this. He sold thousands of these little gizmos, Chuck, that it came without a battery, but all you do is you clip it on a 9-volt battery, you know, the little square ones.
Yeah.
And it was a transmitter with a microphone, and it was tiny, all right? And you could put that in somebody's house and then go out to your car and tune it in to an AM radio station and listen to everything that goes on in that house.
yes.
And they were $25 a piece. He handmade them, and he sold thousands of them. I might still have one around, but that's how tech has changed. You know, that used to be high tech stuff in the late 70s.
It's a bug.
The bug. Yep.
I'm not eating no bugs.
No, not that kind of bug.
We don't eat bugs, we eat babies.
Oh,
I ain't eating babies either.
I was being
No
smart.
babies, no crickets,
You might
no
be. That's
bugs,
the
no
point. Is
nothing.
that they might be feeding that. You might be eating it whether you know it or not. They might be feeding this crap to us and shit that we're not even aware of.
Yeah,
Ugh.
5 years ago, 10 years ago, I told Vicky about chicken nuggets. My youngest liked them. I said, why you get them? That could be all these parts left over from these abortion places or something they make them out of. And next thing you know, they start talking about all that. And I'm like, I need to stop reading stuff.
That ought to put a place out of business like right yesterday. That ought to put a place out of commission for good forever.
yes. Why isn't it? Why is all of this okay? Why is it okay that it's going into the cosmetics and into the beauty products and into the foods and into the drinks? Why is this okay? Who's over that
Well,
decision?
there has to be enough
Kind of like
deception involved.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, they haven't been forthright. They may put it on the packaging, but I didn't know about it till I looked because I hadn't looked
Yep.
at those ingredients in a while. You know,
Kind of
so
like
it's
people
not like
saying they didn't do anything funny on when they counted them votes. All them places stopped. No, they didn't.
Well, okay, but so how is the, oh God, I just hate to even say it, fetus listed on the packaging?
yeah.
It
It's not.
could be whatever weird name they put under genetically modified meat substitute or whatever the hell. GMO flour.
Yeah.
They can call it whatever.
You know, nobody's asking why they're even making bioweapons in labs that could get released by accident. Why are they even making that stuff? Why would you want to create something as a weapon against humanity unless you were going to use it?
Because
Right.
maybe it's tasty to the blood drinkers.
All those labs, you know, the Kung Fu Flu lab, they should have been all they should have been all arrested for that. Why was nobody held accountable for that?
It
How
should
did
have
they
been
get away
dozed
with
down.
releasing that on the world?
It should have been dozed. Did you see Did you see where they were showing a video inside the lab?
I've seen some stuff. I saw a story today that links the companies who made it and what lab it came from. There was some kind of confirmation on Gateway Pundit about it. It's not anything we didn't hear before. It's just like confirmation of it.
Oh my goodness.
When that thing was first released, this is kind of a trip to me. When it was first released, I looked up on Google Images. I hear echoes.
I'm leaving. Bonnie kicked me out.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for coming up, then.
Just kick me out of the whole thing.
Good night, Mama T.
Oh, I hate to do that.
This one might interest you, Chuck, because when this first happened and it was first released, I looked up the location of the lab that it was reported to have escaped from. All right. And the address was 666.
Oh my goodness.
Lauren, what's that 25 to 35% of canceled Thanksgiving dinner and family? Why? Because of the Koofy stuff again? Or
Remember they said they were letting out an even worse strain.
oh yeah.
And that I heard there was like 26 of those labs in the United States. One in one of the Carolinas or something.
They're all over the planet. And what's weird is I'm hearing that they're funded by us. They're our labs, or at least we're involved.
That Mama T was going to bed. Are you with us now?
I think so. I had to go get me some water and some crushed ice.
Are we echoing? Nope, we're good.
Am I echoing?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Did you ever open up like cream of wheat or something and you find those little bugs in your food?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been feeding us bugs for years.
Weevils.
Yep.
Well, if you drink cider or honey,
Oh.
you're getting bees. Because I've worked at both of those places, and thousands of bees a year get squished into your ciders and your honeys. It's not like we don't get some insects in our food already on a common basis. It's there, it exists.
You ever seen where people get in the big tubs and stomp on the grapes with their bare feet?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know why they're doing that?
Kill the maggots.
No, the yeast in their feet ferments the wine.
Ew.
Tasty, huh? Makes me want wine.
Ew. I don't want somebody's foot jam in my wine. That's gross.
What's it have to
Funky.
The one with the funkiest, stinky shoes makes the best wine? What is it? I don't know.
Ew. That's gross.
Yeah, look it up.
Now, I also heard that that's why they used to use beautiful women.
Ew. That's enough to make you gag.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You've seen it done, though. I mean,
Yeah, I've seen thousands-year-old wine troughs where they were designed to do that.
yeah.
That makes me sick.
I'm going to have to look at one of our vineyards and see if they do that still. I know they used to. They would let the tourists do it. It was a treat to let them stomp the grapes.
How could that be a treat? Ew.
Just the same. I
I
don't
made,
know.
I made wine. I'd buy yeast instead. It's just nasty.
I will not drink wine again unless it's homemade and I know it's got nobody's yucky feet in it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I said when you were coming on here, I found a good diet plan. I just read a bunch of it and think about things. Like, okay,
Yep.
no fast food, no pizza, none of the stuff on that list, no wine.
No chicken nuggets.
Yeah,
No candy.
I told my grandkids because they loved McDonald's chicken nuggets, and I tell them all the time, I am not taking you there to eat human. They were like, what? I
The
said
part about that was the hot mustard sauce. I couldn't get enough of that back in the day. But
Yeah.
now I don't trust them enough to even use it.
well, you not only that, when they make chicken nuggets, they put the carcass, the feet, the tongue, everything in them.
That
that
And
don't
I'm like,
bother me. None of that bothers me. As long as it's part of a real chicken that was
that's
raised right, I'm good with that. But
I
Yeah.
have
when they start,
chickens. I can't eat it. I can eat my chickens, but I'm not eating their. I know where their feet have been. No,
well, that's another thing about the
no.
bugs. Because I
maybe.
remember growing up,
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, growing up, I killed 1,000 chickens, right?
If it's got chicken feet in it, maybe it'd pair up good with wine.
Yeah,
Did I lose
no.
everybody? All right,
Oh
anyway,
my god.
chickens eat a field of grasshoppers clean. Those chickens ate anything. They ate spiders, worms, bugs of any
Ticks.
type. In fact,
Scorpions.
they would eat each other. They would peck
Yes.
if they
Yes.
would pick on one chicken in a herd and peck them to death and eat them. If you didn't
Yep.
keep them,
That's where the term
'Cause
pecking order comes from.
Yes.
they're
oh man,
cannibals.
yeah, they're omnivorous. They'll eat anything, and I killed enough of them to where I don't even like chicken. I mean, after you
They're
boil and pluck
cannibals.
that many of them suckers, and it's it ain't, it'd be the
Yeah.
last thing I buy.
That's my ex-husband worked at a turkey farm, and he would not eat turkey Thanksgiving or Christmas, either one. So I had to do a ham and a turkey.
Yeah, but I even know where pigs' feet go. We raised pigs, and I'm like, nobody's gonna put a pig's foot on a table and say, "Here, try this pickled pig's foot." No pickled poop.
Yeah, ain't no worse than any of the rest of it. Pigs waller and all that too. So
Oh, I know, but at least you can clean that part off.
Into
It doesn't.
toe lint.
then you see people eating pig's feet and they're sucking on the toenails and stuff like
Oh,
yeah.
gosh. I'm like, no, please don't put that in your mouth. I know where it's been. Don't. And then I want to puke.
Oh my
It's too
goodness.
late.
Kind of something I can remember. You guys might have remembered. At least Carl, because he's up there where I used to get them. They used to have these cakes in the 60s and 70s. It looked like they were called banana flips, and they had that banana whipped cream stuff in the middle. It was like a fold over, almost like a pancake, but they're real fluffy.
Oh, yes, I love them.
No, I didn't like them.
I used to love them as a kid, but it had to have been the ones that you knew it was like a little business made them because they always tasted good. The other ones, if they were like a fancy stamped wrapper or whatever, that they didn't
Yeah.
taste.
Yep.
I don't
As long
remember.
as
I
they
mean,
made them.
kind of vaguely. You just reminded me of a banana moon pie. Is what you reminded me of. Explain it again.
It was like a thin cake, but almost like a pancake, but thicker. And they would put this banana whipped cream stuff in it and fold it. It was folded in half, so it was like a half moon shape or half a circle.
Like a taco.
Yeah, they called them banana flips.
Man, it seems vaguely familiar, but I'm not. I can't.
Banana flip, banana dream. I can't remember what it was, but it was one of the two, and it was like a yellow, look almost like Twinkie cake, but it was flat and then folded in half, like Bonnie said, like a taco.
It was called a banana flip.
Yeah. Kind
Yeah,
of
Yep.
like
that really is
pancake
ringing a
with the
bell.
vanilla
I don't
cream.
think I've seen one since the '70s. If that's when it was.
I haven't seen them in a while either. They used to make strawberry ones too.
Yeah, I
All
remember that.
right.
It had strawberry whipped cream. I think the banana, I think they're probably unflavored like a Twinkie thing, but it
Yep.
was, I thought it was always all banana flavor, but they put so much stuff in it that now you get it look like somebody wiped the counter off, and that's what the filling is.
Yep. The cake was like a sponge cake.
Yeah.
You remember moon pies, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but banana
Well,
chocolate,
I
I think it was.
or banana frosting over like a wafer cookie thing with marshmallow in between. And I can't stand marshmallow. I never could. I never liked. Still, I won't eat
Me
marshmallow.
either.
Anyway, I figured out a thing as a kid that I could take a butter knife, take the back of a butter knife, hold the cookie up, and push it down in the center, and I could pull all the marshmallow out of a moon pie without messing up the cookies. The cookie would still be unbroken and everything. Pull all the marshmallow out, and then I'd eat the cookies and throw the marshmallow away.
I like
Yeah.
strawberry marshmallow.
Only marshmallow I eat is if it's roasted on a fire and it's just like one. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I like
weird. I
mine
don't like
burnt.
marshmallow. I'm weird. I don't like marshmallow, and I don't like popcorn.
yeah, I don't like popcorn either.
I do, but it's got to be that gooey, slimy, buttered up so bad from the theater.
Movie theater. Yep.
Yep.
I just nope. I like the smell of it. When I was running the resort, we had a popcorn machine inside, and I had to keep it made fresh so often, and so
What's
I
up,
smelled
Benji? No
it.
coffee?
Too wet.
I was just giving Benji a hard time. I hadn't seen no coffee and cookie emojis.
Oh yeah, Benjamin. He just woke up, and we're still.
He's slacking. He's been slacking.
Yes, Benjamin. I don't know what we're doing on.
We're starting a diet plan.
Yes. Do you know that the movie Soylent Green was set in the year 2022?
Kind of fits,
What's
huh?
the name of it?
Soylent Green.
Hmm.
That's where they were grinding up the corpses and making this food product slime stuff out of it, wasn't it?
The
Oh,
old people in society would just vanish at a certain age. And I come to find
Do
out
you
there
know
was
my husband and I was watching something last night where they're talking about it was on YouTube, he's seen it, where they were talking about uh taking the elderly people and using them as feeders and to feed the people with the healthy ones, not the sickly ones. You could be sick like with arthritis and stuff, but if you had cancer or something like that, they didn't. They just euthanized us.
that's
But
where
I
the
think
world's
that's pretty
headed.
gross. Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what it's coming to.
That's what they want.
Yeah, and I remember that. I think it was health class or something. We had to go to a morgue or whatever.
uh, we were never forced to do that. Nope. Or else I skipped school that day.
It
Nope.
wasn't a forced thing. It was a field trip.
I'm not going to a field trip mortuary either. No. Whenever I worked at the floral shop, when we had to deliver flowers to the funeral home, I would help load the truck with all but no way was I going down to that funeral home. It was dark. and sometimes they were right there. You know, you can
Stop
tell me
it.
whatever you want. I'm not going in there. Nope. We had a family that bought an old funeral home and turned it into their home, and you could still smell that smell. No, no, the
That's
smell.
one of the sickest things I remember from junior high school. Was one of the kids in our junior high school got caught having sex with a corpse in one of the local funeral homes.
Oh,
Oh my!
good Lord. That's just perverted and sick.
Necrophiliac.
Yeah, that's the word. That's it.
I can't believe God hasn't just all of us already. As long as these things have been going on.
That's just
Hey,
sick.
you know that town that the shooting was in? That's the town, Oxford, Michigan, where that school shooting. There's been so much evil stuff connected to that town and people that came from that town. It's creepy. I mean, I know murders and heinous acts caused by people that all came from that area. It's kind of weird.
Did y'all hear about that? Uh, the four men murdered in Oklahoma.
Yeah, I did
No,
see that.
I
Oak,
didn't.
Oklahoma.
Dismembered. They were found in pieces.
Yeah.
That sounds like game stuff. MS-13, whatever.
What?
They've been doing that at the border for years, buddy.
I know, but to hear Shane talk, nothing happens up there.
Man,
He don't see. I don't know. I don't know how close that is to him. Sounds like a small town. Name of it.
I get Benji's lungs. Let's scrape his lungs. Smoke them.
Clean his lawn. Oh my goodness.
Bonnie,
Yes.
do you remember what you and Dee and I were talking about last night about the human trafficking?
Yes.
Every time I drive down the road and I see a pair of shoes over a power line, I'm
Yes.
gonna cry.
Is that what that's supposed to represent?
Yes.
Wow. Really, Benji? That movie was just on TV, saw yesterday.
Yep.
Some sick individuals, I don't know if they're demons or just insane.
Well, I've always heard the joke all my life about the goats.
Well, they won't let me see them because I went to more haunted places. Every time somebody tells me there's a haunted, I go there. I spend the whole night by myself there, cemeteries, all kinds of places, and I still have yet to see something more than a critter.
I,
I'm saying it doesn't happen, it doesn't exist, but I can't seem to catch a ghost for nothing, buddy. I tried and tried and tried. I mean, I really tried.
well, there's a train track in San Antonio. And I can't remember. I think you put the baby powder on the back of your car, park on the train track, then there'll be little handprints on the back of your car.
Wow.
There was a story like that called Dunn's Tomb in Lakeville, Michigan. Whereas a lot of people have that same story. You park in the cemetery, you walk off in the cemetery. When you come back, there'll be handprints on your car. Or if you sit in the car next to the cemetery, it can happen right while you're in the car. An old 1800s graveyard. Where I grew up as a kid for my first 9 years was about 4 miles down the road from me. I spent a lot of time there, and I still have not seen nothing. I spent the night at Dunn's Tomb by myself a couple times, trying to see anything about it. Just wanted to see something. That's all I wanted. Confirmation.
Well, talk to, I can't remember if it was Craig or John, the cemetery where Marie Laveau is.
You want New Orleans?
Wasn't it Marie Laveau?
Yeah. Voodoo Lady.
Yeah. And uh, I can't remember which one of them it was, but they have family buried there. But and they said they tried to go over there to see they couldn't even get close to it. The feeling was just so strong that they just couldn't do it. I think it was one of them telling that story, either Craig or John.
I would pretty much pay for a successful ghost hunt, something where I saw undisputable evidence. You know,
Wow,
just
that's fucking messed up. More food stuff.
Isn't there a insane asylum or something up there that the ghost hunters went into? And
here in
Mansfield
Michigan,
Reformatory up here in Ohio.
I know of four abandoned ones here in Michigan, but they're not. Two of them have been tore down, and the other two have been converted for other uses.
they still use them?
Yeah, there's one in Traverse City that they've redone everything. Actually, the city and everybody has offices there. Last I knew of.
Ugh. Well, okay, the Lexington, when we went to the Lexington, um, when you get down to the infirmary, it's pretty creepy. And you can actually pay to spend the night in there if you want to.
Yeah, I've been in all four of those here in Michigan and a couple out of the state. I've been down in the morgues. I've actually closed myself into a morgue drawer before. You know what I mean? I've been all over those places. When before they were either tore down or cleaned up. They were at that stage. They were all vandalized and everything. You know, gutted for their copper or whatever.
Well, maybe
You.
you're just too good to see a ghost.
Huh?
Maybe you're just too good to see a ghost.
Maybe
I
they're
don't know
afraid
about
of
that.
you.
Because I've only actually seen two, but have heard a bunch. It's like they followed my grandmother around everywhere we moved, knocking on the walls and just all kinds of crazy stuff. The coffee table in the living room, hitting the floor 3 times, nothing near it, and it like somebody had picked up the corner of it and it hit the floor 3 times. My grandmother had a rocking chair, and she said every night, this is before me, every night at 11 o'clock, the front screen door would open and shut, and then the rocking chair would start rocking. She never told anybody because she knew that they would think she was crazy. Her sister came from New Mexico to stay with her, and my grandmother, they were sitting there talking, and thing, grandmother said, "I'm going to bed," because it was getting close to 11 and she knew what was going to happen. And so she went into her bedroom and laid down. And all of a sudden, it happened, the screen door. And then I guess the rocking chair, she said, her sister starts saying my grandmother's name, get in here now. And she said, nope, you come in here. And she said, this girl jumped in bed with her quicker than anything. You're not going to believe what I just saw. And she said, what did you see? And so she described it to a T. And she said, yep, every night. And it was like an hour before my grandfather would get home from work.
Wow.
Just down the road here from me, so, oddly enough, because this was back in the late 70s when I worked for something called the Michigan Youth Corps. And it was where you made a regular wage, but you were working for the state of Michigan in like a rehabilitation program, because I told you I'm a juvenile history and all that. But
Right.
when I was working for the work corps down the road here in Ortonville, Michigan, there was a triangular piece of land that the houses on the other side of the state fence started finding pieces of tombstones and reported them. So the state got a hold of the city and blah 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 and got a hold of us. And I went out there with an army tent pole with a metal spike, like a 6-inch metal spike on the end of a pole. And the first day that me and my supervisor were out there, I found a whole bunch of tombstones. And we went into the county records and figured it out. And what it was is an 1800, actually, the last grave went in the ground in 1846, but it was an 1800s graveyard that of the people who started the town. I mean, I found 16 family plots, 42 people, and all the people I found were what the little roads in town were named after. Every one of them. They're all people that founded the town, and they were completely forgotten. I'm talking some of the gravestones I found were a foot and a half down in the ground, pushed down from stump roots and stuff. A lot of them were broken. I think most of them were broken. Some really elaborate marble stones, thin and tall, fancy stuff. And we after I found some of the stones, we went back, we slashed and burned. We burned the whole lot, cut everything down, and every time that I would find these big rotted stumps, I'm talking monster stumps, I would notice a couple of more stones. And what it was is back in the 1800s when they buried somebody, they often planted a tree. So I was able to use the county records and what I was finding with the tree stumps to replace all the stones to the original graves. And I did find, I mean, we had to dig and level areas, so I did find bones. And I put them where I thought they went. But right under M15, the main highway that goes through here, lies 7 graves underneath the highway. When they came through with the highway, they didn't bother to move the bodies. They just kicked the
Oh
stones
my
aside and paved
goodness.
the road. How disrespectful was that? You know?
Yes.
That's
But
wrong.
and since then, I mean, it didn't really happen right away. They maintained it for a while, mowed it and everything, but now it's got a nice fence around it. It's a nice place, and I like to go there in the middle of the night. I always hope to see something there. I felt
And
like I did those people a service. I wasn't the only guy. I mean, a lot of people, but I was highly involved in that project.
yeah. Hey, integrity minded. I don't know. I I always, and I don't know how to explain it, but even like where we're moving at my mom's, even though my grandmother had a house there, I go and stand in that spot and just stand there night or day because I want to know if I get that feeling that, but it's up on a rock, and so the odds of anything being buried there are pretty slim. And but even asking my grandmother permission to be there because I don't want no poltergeist thing happening where I move. Even this place, when I bought this lot, there was an old swing set at the back of it, and we were out there just walking around, and there was a covered area with a patio that had been the front porch of the daycare. There used to be a daycare sitting here, and it burnt down. And so I was all, we're going to make this a barbecue area. It's already covered. This is going to be so cool, blah, blah, blah. And so we're out there talking about it and everything. And one of the kids said, look at that swing set. And I looked over there, and one of the swings was swinging. No wind, no nothing, and just one. And I was like, okay, that's a little weird.
Did it
Do we
keep
really want to
swinging,
put
or
a
did it
house
just
here?
come? Did it come to a stop, or did it keep swinging?
It kept swinging, and well, then it had to have stopped because we were out there a while. I don't know. Once I saw it swinging, I was wandering around like, do I still want to put a house here? I don't know.
Because you know why I asked. The first thing I thought of,
Excuse me.
and just because this is the way my mind works, I'm not doubting anything. I would just, I'm more apt to look at the logical way out before I believe something. So I was be like, if I looked at the swing and saw it swinging and swing for a minute with no extra momentum and then just came to a stop, I would think maybe a bird took off soon, right before I looked at it. So I missed the bird, but the momentum of the bird leaving the swing set caused it to swing enough to
Okay,
where it's noticeable.
I can understand that. And if you could have a logical explanation for it, I'd be happy. But it swung longer than,
Longer than it should have.
yes. I mean, for us
And
to
you
get
make you
everybody,
go,
yes. Well, the swing set's gone. We got rid of it. But it's, I mean, I would have known if any children had passed away here.
well, what you do is you should have left the swing set and then put a ball out there at night and leave the ball. See if the ball was in the same place and stuff. You see where they do that? And apparently, the spirits move the ball throughout the building, and they'll
Okay,
leave
I'm
a
not
toy
brave enough to do all that.
or a stuffed animal or something. Leave, and what it is, they say that the ghosts of children will see those toys and they apparently move them. There's a lot of footage of that, just not actually happening. Just the before and after.
Yeah, wow.
Apparently, ghost children like balls. So that's what I would have done.
Well, I've seen people with um, security cameras and some really strange things happening around their place that they've caught on video.
Yeah, I heard on one of them ghost hunter things that there's no creepier sound than the sound of a baby laughing in the house and you don't have a baby.
That
I've had gals tell me they've experienced that, Chuck. That exact thing.
I did whenever this one place we lived in, and my son was laying on the sofa, and I started hearing that baby crying, and I looked at my husband and I said, "Do you hear that?" And he said, "Yes. Why aren't you going to get him?" I said, "Look on the couch." He looked over there and he looked at me, and I said, "I hear this all the time." And he's like, "What the?" I don't know why.
So this gal that I was seeing for a while, all her life, she said that she would wake up to a loud explosions. Not all the time. Just maybe once a month or something. She'd be she said she'd be woke up from some loud thump or explosion or something, and she could never figure out what it was.
Right?
And well, there's been a couple times where she sat up. Did you hear that? And I'd be like, well, I was wide awake and I didn't hear anything. She was dreaming it, that she was hearing it. It would in her waking moment. So
Oh,
when when she would be awake, then she would think it was really that something she heard. It was fooling her. And the only way that she ever figured that out was me, because I was awake when she woke up. And this same gal, I was with her for a lot of years. That prayer that Chuck posted today, this
yes.
gal was never very religious. Yeah, she went to church. She didn't read the Bible that much. She wasn't super religious or anything. But
Right.
in the middle of her sleep one night, she said that entire prayer to me in her sleep.
Well,
The
Wow.
entire Something that she doesn't even know in her conscious state.
wow.
She didn't have a clue of any prayers, that she couldn't recite one for nothing. But she recited one to me in her sleep, complete and full. And
Well,
it wasn't the same one that Chuck. I know it's the one. It's I think it's Matthew 23. Uh the one about, yea, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
Yes.
That's the one that she recited in perfection,
That's in
word for word.
Psalms.
yep, Psalm 23.
Yeah.
That's yeah. And I swear to this, and I woke her up and I asked her what that was, and in her woke state, when I woke her and asked her about that and told her what she just did, it was an astonishment to her. Like she had and there was no acting. There's just no way that was acting. All right, that only happened a few years back. I'd say about 6 years ago, and I will never forget it.
I
Well,
have to tell you, my kids and I weren't home one night, and my daughter had just had her baby probably about 8 months prior. So she was just trying to walk. And he said, "What's Tamsin doing?" And we told him she was sleeping. And he says, "Well, I thought I heard her running through the other room giggling." And our eyes kind of popped open because she wasn't walking that good that she could run, for one thing, and she wasn't giggling because she was sleeping. So we ran in the other room because this wasn't the first time this had happened, and there was wet little tiny footprints on my wood floor. And we took pictures of it because nobody would have ever believed us had we not.
right.
And that wasn't the first time that had happened, because when we first moved in here in 95 or 98, I took a picture of my middle daughter sitting in front of our wood burner, and there was the face of a little boy in the glass.
Oh, wow.
So,
And see, and that makes me wonder if children attract, because I know my daughter that has autism, she, you know what a medium is?
yep.
It's like, it's like she attracted them. She just I don't even know how to explain it, but and so it scared her. It scared her really bad. The last experience she had that we all heard, and she had a recording of it even, and it took me forever to calm her down enough to get her back inside of that house. But um, and then what you were saying, Carl, about that lady, I wonder if because sometimes whenever something so traumatic happens as a child, you block it out. And so if those things were happening when she was sleeping, if it was something that her
Happens to her.
subconscious mind, yeah, would be hearing
Stuff
it.
I would have never thought possible, because I wouldn't have even, or I didn't even believe in sleepwalkers. I thought that was a game people played for attention or something. All
Right.
right. Until, all right, years and years ago, my sister stayed over one night and I heard something in the middle of the night. So I get up and I find her in the front room corner hallway in the corner. I mean, behind the front door, like looking in the corner, standing there and smoking an invisible cigarette.
My.
And I thought she was looking at a bugger on the wall or something. So I didn't even think, she was sleepwalking. I didn't at that moment think nothing of it. And I walked up to her. I said, "What are you doing? What's going on?" And she didn't say nothing to me. And she like hit her cigarette, all quiet, just staring into the wall. And I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And she said something like, "I just want to finish the cigarette."
Uh,
And I said, "Hey, wake up. Are you all right?" And she snapped out of it. And it was like nothing happened. Just leave me alone. I got to go back to bed. And that's what she said and did. And
Wow.
now after I caught her doing this, I found out she was tying strings to her ankle and shit to her bed.
oh wow.
She had a problem with that.
So she knew she was doing it.
Yeah.
I heard you weren't supposed to wake him up.
Mhm. I heard that
That's what
too
I
because I
heard too.
researched it after I caught her doing that. I looked into it, but I didn't know at the time. And plus, like I said, I didn't really know she was sleeping.
Right.
This
I
house
haven't.
here, Vicky won't sleep in that front room unless I'm up there. She did today, but like she said, usually something in there messes with her. But if I'm in there asleep and she comes lays down in the morning or whatever, it's fine. But like if she goes in there as soon as she gets home and lays down, it's like something like feels like it's leaning over or breathing on her, and something pulls the covers off of her, and
Oh hell no.
I'm
I,
like,
I've heard gals, I've heard others say just the same thing.
no. Okay, this campfire wasn't supposed to turn into ghost stories.
Didn't you start that? I think you started that.
mad because I tell her it's full of shit. I said there's 4 or 5 crucifixes hanging in there. She's got 2 or 3 Bibles, got my old family Bible in there.
Good night, Guardian.
Good night, Guardian.
Night
I didn't
Guardian.
see Guardian in here. Hi and bye, Guardian.
But I have such strong
Uh,
belief in this stuff, and I've been heard to tell that they don't like that.
I think a lot of people just listen, don't chat much.
I just
Thinking about,
wish I could sleep that soundly.
I'm
Oh,
thinking about finding that the song or that music that that la 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 with the baby singing that and putting it in there on my phone
yeah.
and letting her wake up hearing that and see what she does.
Right.
That'd be probably the last time y'all hear from me, though.
Yes, I'm telling you, don't do it. My mother and stepfather did that to me. It wasn't that. It was they had recorded him snoring, and so I was in my room sleeping. They came and put that recording in there, And from then on, I had a blanket over my head. I had a little peek hole cut in it so I could poke one eyeball out to see. And
Like that's
I,
really going to do you a lot of good. You know that's
I
always been the one thing in movies that just gets me is when they pull the covers over their head and go all ostrich.
it was, I was a kid, but
I know. I
I'm just
just
saying, I couldn't sleep from then on. It was like I had to be
if
awake and watching out that hole to see if anything was coming in
no
my room.
no if I would have thought something like that as a kid, I'd be standing in my bed in a boxing position. If I thought something was in the closet, I'm going after the closet with a pitchfork. If that's just I'm getting to the bottom of it right now. We ain't waiting for nothing.
I want you guys to hear something. Listen.
I'm not into the suspense. Let's get to the bottom of it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, so quit. I wanted you to hear my dog snore. She sounds like a darn man. Scared the crap out of me. I walked through and I heard this growling, like snoring thing. Here it was her. We're talking about ghost stories, and I thought, holy crap. Something growling at me from the top of the steps. Here it's my dog underneath the table in her bed, snoring away.
I wish I could think of a really good ghost story now.
I thought it was cold in here when you plugged that little heater in. It's 60 degrees in this room.
Cindy,
That's cold.
that's the best thing to do. That's now I know what to do to keep those things from happening. But
I'm weird too. When I go to bed, she wants it completely quiet. That room has darkening curtains, darkening shades over the windows.
Gosh.
So pretty much you go in that room and close our bedroom door and either turn the night light off in the bathroom or close the door. You can't see your own hand if you put
oh
it.
wow,
That's how she likes it. Should I go in there and I turn the TV on and put it on something and crank it up? And that's how I sleep.
I have to have, yeah.
I have to have noise too. I don't have to have the light, but I have to have the sound.
I have to.
I don't need a light either, but I don't have to have it pitch black, silent.
Well, I'm stuck in the middle there. I got to have silence, but I'm the lightest sleeper anybody's ever known. If a cat walks in the room on the carpeting, I'm going to be wide awake. I
My
mean,
husband too.
it's just how I am, and there's no changing it. But I gotta know what's going on around me, Chuck. I gotta hear, you know.
I got real bad tinnitus in my left ear, and if I don't, you talking about the loudest silence you've ever heard.
I've heard people describe tinnitus. I'm glad I don't have that.
It's like a squealing, ringing, high-pitched noise with like a tire going flat. The hiss.
No.
I
My
got buddies
husband
that gotta
hears
sleep with a
everything.
fan on. I've known people that gotta have that fan. They gotta have the fan to sleep. That's
Yeah, my daughter.
Yeah, my granddaughter and my daughter, my best friend's daughter. There's several of them.
no. I've got reasons for being that way too. You know, the way I grew up. But also, have I told you, Bonnie, about what happened to me in '95 when I caught a murderer breaking into my apartment?
Oh my gosh.
Did I ever tell you about that, Bonnie?
No, what? Wait.
In '95, I had an apartment in Oxford, Michigan, and I was doing a lot of sewing out of that apartment. So I had like the Oxford police and the bikers and people bringing me guns all the time to make holsters and stuff, right? And to do modifications on a lot of gear. So it was a constant sight for people coming in and out of my apartment for sewing, right? Well, I had not only I worked for these people, the managers of the company of that apartment complex. I was doing side jobs for while I was working at the bar too. But one night I didn't. I actually didn't work a night I usually did at the bar, and I stayed home. And me and my girlfriend, we went to bed early, which I'm normally up all night long. But we went to bed at like 11 o'clock, and right at midnight, heard something. And like I said, I get right up and I go look. And I grabbed a bayonet, big mean M9 bayonet, and I snuck around through the apartment. And as I did, I could see a shadow outside the front window where the Venetian blinds were. And I worked up by the front door and I got right up against the wall and I'm gonna stab this person in their throat. All right, I'm aiming. I know right where I'm gonna do. I'm set. And when the guy moved the Venetian blinds apart enough to where I saw his face, it was the lady manager of the apartment complex's husband, who I knew. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I yelled at him like that. And I said something like, I almost killed you. He says, I'm authorized to do this. I'm authorized to do this. And ran into the empty apartment next door. And he wouldn't come out. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And at the time, I didn't have a telephone. And I handed the gun to my girlfriend at the time. I said, you keep it on the door and the windows. And if anybody comes in here, you shoot them. If it ain't me, you shoot them. And I had to run 3/4 of a mile down the road, get to a payphone to call the cops. And by the time I got back, the cops were already there. They've got that apartment surrounded, and they had info I didn't have already, because they were like, well, so what did he do? Like specifically, like they knew who this was. And I'm like, I caught him breaking into my house. He said, well, what it was is this guy had only been out of prison for a year. He had spent 20 years for breaking in to steal guns, and he killed somebody. And he immediately broke his parole. I didn't even have to go to court or nothing, because he was gone again. He's lifer now. But he saw the guns and stuff going into that apartment the best we can figure, and he thought he was going to go in there while I was gone at work and steal a bunch of guns. And I caught him red-handed.
You were lucky.
Yeah.
Dad was watching over you.
Goodness.
Things like that don't allow you to just hear a noise and not investigate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ridge Runner, there was a thing we grew up, it's called the Forming Woods Ghost. It's over close by where we lived. And it was some kind of stuff where people got hit by a train or a train crash or something. And you get there at a certain time at midnight and you pull up on the tracks. And if you're touching the tracks or on top of the tracks or whatever, and you stop, your car will die and you can't start it. And then you'll see like lights coming and hear a train with, you see a conductor walking around there supposedly without a head. And so I've been out there and did stuff as a kid, usually drunk, but hell, there's a link right here if you guys want to look at it and read about it. It's over. It's called the Foreman Woods Ghost. I can't tell you how many times I pulled on it. I pulled on the tracks and I acted like it died, and I turned the switch off, but it freaked everybody out and they all jumped out of the car. But I looking but I've always thought all that stuff's horse shit. But
Well, you can Google the children with the train track in San Antonio, and it's well known.
I dropped it in there. It's called the Holland Howell Forming Woods Ghost. There's other stuff on there about it. But.
Yep. And then that's close to where I live. They're supposed to be at a certain time of night or early in the morning. You can see the ghost of some man walking down the highway.
I used to laugh at all of them because they get all freaked out and scared, and nobody want to get out of the car. They get out of the car if you parked up on the track. So
Oh yeah.
I'd get
They have
out, pull over, and I'd walk over in the woods like I was going to look to see something, and I'd get out in the woods and start hollering or squealing or whatever, and have everybody freaking out.
There was an abandoned school in the 1980s. It was built in the 1800s and abandoned. And it was, by the 80s, it was, a lot of windows were broke out of it, and it had a big gymnasium that it wasn't attached, but it was on the same lot, and they were connected by tunnels. And I used to take a lot of people in there in the middle of the night just to go exploring. And I was a little devilish about it because I got pretty used to the idea that the moment that I was out of view of people that I would take in there with me, they were lost. The moment that I was out of sight, I was completely able to evade them, come up around from a different area, scare the bejeebers out of them, or just leave them in there altogether if they were dickheads. Right? I did teach some people some lessons, and it was mighty fun, but I don't like to scare people like that no more, because I almost gave a gal a heart attack once, and that's the way I look at things,
Yep.
There's some graveyard in the middle of Louisiana, and this guy, he was older than us growing up in the 70s, and had his buddy named Donald that run around with him, and they all told him, I'll go ghost hunting. So they end up going to this graveyard. It's supposed to be, you hear certain things, and you can hear whispers and stuff if you go at a certain night or whatever. I can't remember what the thing was about it, but anyway, that Donald guy, they had above ground. You know how they have above ground tombs? It's like a little bigger than a casket, but you could sit down on it or whatever. Well, Donald didn't want to lay on the ground, so he laid on top of that, and he ended up falling asleep.
Oh,
So
no.
that guy I know, John, he snuck around. He's a big boy, and he laid down next to him. He reached over and grabbed Donald by the face and pulled his face flat back against that stone, and it made a ooh noise. And Donald tried to jump up, was flailing and hollering, and he thought that something was reaching through that tomb. And then he said, get out my grave, boy. He was telling me about this, Donald was too, and he took off running. He said that dude ran. They were behind him in the car trying to get him in the cars, and he ran probably 3 or 4 miles before they can get him to calm down enough and get in the car. He said that boy, he said he was like 15, 20 years old. Said he peed all over himself. He'd been crying, snot running down his nose.
Oh, that's good. You just remind me of another one. Running from the cops in the Oxford graveyard. There was like 5 or 6 of us, and one of our buddies just disappeared. We thought the cops got him, and that sucker tripped and fell and hit his head on a tombstone, knocked himself clean out. The cops missed him. We couldn't find him. He laid there for hours and got away because he knocked his dumb ass out.
Oh my goodness. It's a wonder it didn't kill him.
It was lucky he didn't kill him. Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, they said, that boy Donald, if they were going anywhere but over at somebody else's house, he wouldn't get in a car with none of them no more after that.
Do you blame him?
No.
Not really. John, he was big as me or bigger. And Donald was a little like 5'5". He might have weighed 120 pounds, and kind of like Fife with black hair. He said that boy was so scared that they thought he was going to have a heart attack.
I've seen guys pee their pants, man. I've seen maybe noses like one guy.
He said, I lost control of my functions.
Yeah, man. One of them stood there going, hey, like he didn't, he wasn't working, man. I scared him so bad, nothing worked.
Oh my gosh.
That's horrible.
Poor guy.
Y'all need to repent.
I quit doing it, man. All right. I've told you about this spot before. It was two lakes linked by a canal, so it was like an hourglass lake. And the quick way is to go across the log or across the canal to get to town. Well, this buddy of mine and his girlfriend show up at my camp, and they walked all the way around the lake, and they walk all the way back around the lake to go back. Well, when they left, they walked all the way around that lake while I crossed the canal, went and laid down in the path that they're coming in my ghillie suit, laying right down there looking like I'm part of the path.
Oh my.
And they walked up and they were talking to each other, you know, and just having a good time. And when I stood up and did my little noise, he was standing there going hibida hibida hibida, and he just nothing was working on him. And she grabbed her heart, and that's when I found out she had heart issues, you know. And that's the last time I scared somebody like that, because you could kill somebody doing that.
Yes. Or them kill you. Because they're in a state of.
Well, that's what was so funny. This guy was
Fight
Third
or
Armored Division. This guy was Third Armored Division. You know, right there with Storm and Norman, Desert Storm #1. He's a hard ass, and that's what was so funny is that I scared him so bad he couldn't move. You know, a hardcore veteran, and I got him good.
I guess so.
Because he's relaxed and not in wartime, not in that mindset. Mm.
You're probably lucky
Yeah.
he wasn't post-traumatic.
Actually, he's lucky who I am because he was, and
Oh my gosh.
he spent maybe 2 years with me in the woods getting over what he went through there.
Oh boy.
He told me that one of the biggest mistakes he ever made, he drove a Bradley, right? He was actually the gunner in the Bradley, you know, or a driver, both. He did both. But in the beginning salvo of Desert Storm, the very beginning of the battle, when Schwarzkopf swung around and flanked them,
Wow.
he wasted maybe a dozen armored vehicles within hours. And he said that he should have never done this, but he stopped to look at one of his kills. All right. And it was, you know, like an M60 tank, one of the older tanks, but the turret had been blown clear off of it. And he said when he got up there to look at it, he could see a guy in there that he said that what haunts him is that it reminded him of a bowl of spaghetti.
Oh.
His skull was half gone,
Oh,
and it was like a soup bowl. And that was the thing that haunted this veteran a lot. All right. And we had a lot of discussions about it. And I think he got to terms with it. But it was, you know, be careful what you look for. You just might find it.
Yep. That's so sad.
Yeah, my buddy was in over there in Desert, whichever Shield, was that the first one? Storm?
Yep, 91.
And he was over and he was a door gunner. And he said, I've shot many people doing that stuff. He goes, well, we were doing a clear out of buildings trying to get people out of there because they're supposed to have been terrorists or whatever there, and they were cleaning it out. And they were going door to door and had people go out, stand outside, they'd search the room, check for weapons, and go out and go in another door, and like, because it was like apartments and stores and what all together. And they come in and they had an interpreter in there, and the guy was telling everybody, go outside and line up, everybody come out, get outside. Mark, he was in there with him, and he had a shotgun with him, pump shotgun. And he said he had it shouldered, so he pointed, walking around trying to clear rooms that had a light on it. And he said, and they hollered for this one guy, he hollered back. Next thing, that guy swung around the corner and had a gun in his hand. And he said the barrel of his shotgun was about a foot from this dude's face when he started to point a gun at him. He said he vaporized this dude's head. He said of all the things he did, he can't get that thought out of his mind. He said every time he closes his eyes to go to sleep, that's what he sees.
Man.
Got a lot of those stories because of what I did for a living. You know, Chuck, having all this military stuff set up at a gun show or a flea market.
Yeah.
They come in and it reminds them, and they start telling me, I don't know, man. I've had 100 old men tell me stories like that. It's not. I welcome them releasing that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a lot of them won't talk about it. And Mark,
Yes, I've had their family go, holy crap, he's never talked about that.
Yeah.
It's sad.
I guess because it made it real, because it was right there in front of him. He did it and was covered in it.
Bang, bang, choo, choo. Happiness is a warm gun.
He said from the distance stuff doing it, it was like a video game, but when it's right there, it's just.
Mother Superior jumped the gun. Mother Superior jumped the gun.
I can't even fathom. I have a son-in-law, ex-son-in-law. He did 6 tours during Operation Freedom and all of that. And there's a lot he won't talk about either, but there's stuff that he did, and he suffers with PTSD really bad. And he said there's things that happen that people on this side would never understand because they never went through it and never seen it. And he said it was pretty shady and pretty bad.
Yeah, Mark he came home on leave, and he had a motorcycle, and he was riding to his mom's house, and mom and dad's, and he said, I know where he was at, and it may have been a mile from their house, and some guy pulled out of a convenience store right in front of him when he's on that motorcycle, and he hit the car right around the door, driver's door, passenger, I can't remember which one it was. Anyway, he hit his shoulder, and he said it severed his arm almost completely off. The only thing that was holding his arm attached to his side where it hit was his armpit.
Oh.
He's got use of it. He can't pick the part between his shoulder and his elbow up. Then, like you fold your arm over and then go to pick it up.
Yeah.
He won't do it, but he can pick it up and hold it once it's there. But he said the muscles are so messed up with some of the stuff it ripped loose, and they had to artificially attach or run this or.
Yeah.
Mm.
I had a cousin that
put out of the service, and he said that nightmare started hitting him while he was in the hospital. He said there every time he closed his eyes.
Wow.
It's because he had another trauma, like a personal trauma. My cousin, she was going home from work, and she worked at Walmart, so it was like 11:30 at night, and a suicide guy was heading at her head on. She kept on trying to move over. Every time she'd move over, he'd move over. He was determined.
Oh my gosh.
He hit her, and her leg was like that. And they had the helicopter, and they were trying to decide if they were going to amputate her leg right there on the highway.
You bleed out because of the femoral artery that way.
Yep. And
they might have had to do it to save her.
He won't hunt or fish or nothing right now, but he also said he don't have to right now. He said if he don't have to, he won't. He said he's taken enough life that he don't want to do it unless he has to.
Well, somehow they saved her leg. It's amazing what they can do now.
Yeah, it was like Mark. You wouldn't know the difference unless you seen the scar on his shoulder or when he tried to pick his arm. Other than that, if he's sitting at the table, full use of his both hands, hanging his elbow and all bends fine. It's just you can't pick. Like raise your arm up to put deodorant on or whatever. He has to push it up. Once it's up, he gets it up. He can hold it, but you pull it down on his own. But he said that's kind of gravity. But even laying in the bed, he said he can't slide his arm up, but he can pull it down.
Yeah, that's my cousin. She can walk, and it took it took a long time.
That's what I'm going through now, just from my surgery.
Mm.
Probably whatever muscles get damaged. It's, I guess when he said it ripped stuff loose from all over. Said the bad thing about it, the guy didn't have insurance and he filed bankruptcy.
Oh,
Go
wow.
figure.
We all gonna close this down. We've been on for like 6 hours,
Yeah.
In 12 minutes.
almost 3 in the morning.
Oops.
I dozed off once. Somebody said something and I jumped.
I've done that.
You ready to
How many
call it a
still left
night,
here?
Bonnie?
Can you
Yes.
tell how many people are still here with us?
Let's see. 59, no. 33.
Goodness, 33 night owls.
They've changed the layout or something. It all looks different to me on here.
Hmm.
On YouTube, I don't know if I'm the only one noticed that or if they changed something or
I think they changed the layout too, because mine looks different.
it's like the like button and all is different. The share, the clip, all that's in a different spot. The subscribe's in a different spot.
Well, I'm going to go have to look at that list of diet items.
Do it on an empty stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to diet right too. Even if you don't eat none of that, just start reading and thinking about it. It's like, okay, I'm not hungry anymore.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna get off here.
Blackwatch says that they sent out a. Blackwatch is saying that YouTube sent out a notice for changes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's probably it then.
I don't know if I got one.
I haven't looked at my email in a while.
Well, I'm gonna drop
All
out
right,
here.
people.
Thank y'all much
It
love.
was fun.
Good
It
night.
wasn't real fun, but it was fun.
Night check.
But night, bye everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Y'all
Night,
have a
sir.
good night. Thank you for joining us. Oh, there's guardsmen too now.
Bonnie, I'm going to stay on with you to pray out.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. We will do that.
Okay.
If I can get my mind straight. Now I'm sleepy.
Do you want me to pray out?
Do you want to?
I will gladly. It'll be an honor.
Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you where you say two or more are gathered. There I am in the midst. Father, we thank you for this time that we've had together. And we pray the safety and the hedge of protection to everybody in chat and to Bonnie and her family. And Father, we just ask that you pour the blood of Jesus upon everybody and keep them safe and healthy. And Lord Jesus, we pray that we can do this again on the flip side and that we can have a good time of talk and sharing and caring and love, and that you can help us to just have the same compassionate and consideration for others and ask the same of them. Lord Jesus, we thank you in your most precious and most beautiful holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mama T.
You are so welcome.
Y'all have a good
Well,
night. Love y'all.
yes.
And thank you for joining us. God bless you all.
Be safe.
See you tomorrow.
Or later on this evening.
Yeah.
All right. Good night.